Chapter 938, 18 Elders of the Jisheng Cliffs hovered within the chaotic battlefield. 18 Elders of the Jisheng Cliffs hovered within the chaotic battlefield. They did not emanate any aura and their bodies were light and their actions silent. They did not pay any heed to the battlefield and had instead hovered to where Futian and the others were. An enormous demonic beast, an orochi, headed straight for that group of elders and black mists blasted from its 9 heads. The terrifying dark mist possessed corrosion rule power, so much so that even the air turned into mucus material. However, none of the elders stopped at all and they continued forward. They had even shut their eyes and a formless spiritual power surrounded the space they occupied. The black mist seemed to have been put under lockdown all of a sudden. Worse still, even the orochi sensed an incredibly dangerous aura and let out a low-pitched roar in a frenzy. Formless spiritual will powers invaded and the orochi turned around, intending to escape, feeling that its soul had been tangled by countless threads. At that moment, the elders, who had been shutting their eyes, chanted with obscure voices, bringing a formless spiritual storm in their surroundings. The elder who took the lead opened his eyes all of a sudden and the obscure voices swept out like a formless force. The black mist that had been shrouding the area was all cleared out in an instant without making any noises. The orochi growled painfully. All 9 of its heads howled and then its enormous body quickly dropped below in a limp manner. The 18 elders continued hovering forward. Their white garb totally unscathed, without so much even a speck of dust found on them. The leading elder closed his eyes again, yet the formless spiritual will power continued to permeate their surroundings. Spirit elementalists are here. Be on your guard, Sage Daozang said. He and many mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace stood guard at Futian's side. Hua Jieyu focused her eyes at her incoming enemies and from the methods they employed, she was able to tell that they wielded powers similar to hers, and that they were indeed spirit elementalist-type rule powers. All 18 of them shared their spiritual powers and formed a spirit elementalist matrix, with the strongest individual leading the attack. All 18 of them were veterans of many years in Jisheng Cliffs and they were adept at wielding secret methods of the spirit elementalist, capable of killing without leaving a trace and making them frighteningly formidable. If it had not been for the Jisheng Cliffs being at the brink of total annihilation, they would not have appeared at all. At that moment, a formless spiritual will power descended upon the ones from the Holy Ji Palace. Here they come, Sage Daozang said. Futian, who had been playing his music, felt a formless spiritual will power invading him, and it was very overpowering. His tune turned in an instant, coalescing the spiritual powers of the mighty ones around him and turned it into a formless spiritual storm, resisting the invading spiritual powers. Spiritual power attacks were formless and traceless. Spiritual-type power of rules were exceptionally terrifying as they were capable of killing without leaving a trace, forcing any who were on the receiving end to be on high alert. I'll take them on. Hua Jieyu stepped up and powerful psychic powers emanated from her. Her dress and her hair billowed. She looked very dashing when she was doing battle, making her alluring in a different sense. All right. Futian nodded. Sliver of Guqin music reverberated in Hua Jieyu's mind. The musical matrix's spiritual powers were all imbued within her spiritual will, giving her total control. A force of spiritual power of even greater magnitude burst from Hua Jieyu, a sliver of saintly pressure emanated from her and a shadow began to manifest itself. Hua Jieyu was currently a mid-level magi, enabling her to borrow power of saints easier. Furthermore, she had the musical matrix to amplify her powers. The god-beating whip appeared in her hand and she whipped at the air without hesitation. A crisp crack was heard and the invading spiritual power seemed to have retreated in an instant, as if it had taken a hit. The elders at the other end continued to chant with obscure voices. A force of spiritual will rule powers of even greater magnitude burst forth. An incredibly huge demonic shadow appeared in the air, a Bian. It opened its mouth and let out a gust of sound wave of earth-shattering force. Many mighty ones who were doing battle around them felt their souls were on the verge of being ripped apart. Hua Jieyu's royal crown life spirit burst with dazzling light. Specks of light hovered about her and a gust of mystical power manifested around her. An impressively holy and regal shadow appeared behind Hua Jieyu. The shadow was blurred while emanating holy light. Terrifying roars were heard and the formless sound wave continued to strike Hua Jieyu's spiritual power, yet she remained unfazed. At that moment, Hua Jieyu's body hovered forward and she lifted her head slightly. In that very instant, her beautiful, bright eyes turned into frightening spiritual storm of incredible beauty. The boundless spiritual storm struck and in that very moment, the spiritual willpower of the elders were completely exposed. The expression of the elders changed as they realized a force of irresistible power was felt. They were unable to even recall their spiritual will. Hua Jieyu's demonic eyes lashed out with spiritual-type lightning storm in an instant, bringing incredible might to bear on her opponents. The attack hit the spiritual powers of the elders and the humongous Bayan in the air trembled violently. The eyes of the 18 elders changed drastically. They all looked at Hua Jieyu as if they have all been captivated by her incredibly demonic and beautiful eyes, incapable of looking away. Those eyes seemed to have contained irresistible willpower. At the very next moment, they felt as if their spiritual will have been invaded. The pair of eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the middle of their brow and bore straight into their minds. The purple lightning spiritual storm seeped in directly, making them feel like lotuses with their roots severed, laid bare before their opponent. Kill! A cold voice was heard from Hua Jieyu and devastating beams emanated from her eyes at the very next moment, striking at the minds of the 18 elders directly. All of them suffered devastating attacks in their spiritual will in just an instant, their souls felt as if they were being cut to pieces. All of them fell limply below right afterwards. Hua Jieyu's eyes returned to normal. Both her life spirit and the shadow behind her disappeared. Yi Futian's tune was lifted from her as well. An interesting light was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Jieyu had been extraordinarily hard-working ever since she returned from her pilgrimage. She insisted to even train while he was taking breaks. The battle at that moment was a testament that her powers have grown considerably compared to what they had been. Furthermore, when she conjured her powers, Yi Futian had been able to sense an incredibly powerful will pressure, and it did not seem to be something of Hua Jieyu herself. It seemed that Jieyu was like Wuchen, and she had her own encounters. It was something to be happy about and he did not feel the need to inquire further. It could have been a surprise that Jieyu wanted to give him. It would suffice to have Jieyu and Uncle Daozang staying at my side. All of you shall go fight elsewhere. Yi Futian said to the others around him. His third brother and all the others have grown incredibly powerful after coming back from their pilgrimages. It qualified them to participate in battles of even such scales. The Battle of Jisheng Cliffs could have been used as a means to temper their powers. As for Yi Futian himself, he had no intentions fighting. He had deliberately gone easy and lost to Lu Zong back in Shihua Sacred Mountain, just so that they would have let their guard down and head straight for Jisheng Cliffs. At that day, he continued to not show his true combat capacity. It was a better move to have both the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty continue to have a wrong idea about his powers. Even if they were to suspect something afoul, they would not have been able to determine what his true level of combat capacity would have been like. Doing so enabled him to retain an element of surprise in the future battles of the Sacred War. The other reason that he did not intend to make any moves was because the Holy Ji Palace apparently had a decisive edge over the Jisheng Cliffs in that battle. Every single battlefield had guarantees of important figures on their sides remain unscathed, while they set out to overpower and kill their opponents. The fall of the 18 elders dealt an extremely overwhelming blow to the ones from the Jisheng Cliffs. All 18 of them were hidden cultivators of the Jisheng Cliffs and they were adept at a single type of power, spirit elementalist powers, and they were extremely terrifying when they joined hands. However, the fact remained that they were all killed by the tremendously beautiful young woman, who appeared to be the wife of Yi Futian. At the same time, there was no one who had been capable of stopping the Sword Saint dead in his tracks as he went on his killing spree. Every single battle he fought ended up with his opponents being overpowered. If things were to go on as such, Jisheng Cliffs could have truly been annihilated. Gu Feng roared in another battlefield, sending Qin Zhuang and the other 8 around him retreating. The divine instrument in his hand, a silver trident, was seen pointed to the heavens and boundless lightning rules fell from above. Ring-like storms lashed out before the divine instrument with forces capable of wiping everything out, as if the storms were out to devour everything in their path. He was the head of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs and one who was ranked on the sage ranking. There were only 81 names on the sage ranking and there were little more than 60 names who were ranked before him. At the moment, he was overpowered by the 9 swordsmen despite wielding a divine instrument. It was an insult like no other to him. A terrifying cracking sound was heard and lightning descended from the heavens in an apocalyptic manner. The lightning power swept through the entire battlefield, yet only the 9 before him suffered the greatest amount of pressure. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 stood in a ring formation. Countless swords materialized before them and every single blade was a solid one, turning into spinning sword diagram and pulsing with dazzling flash of the sword. Qin Zhuang stood at the center of the sword matrix. He was the strongest of the 9 swordsmen. As such, it was only a given that he was taking the helm of the matrix. His expression was a solemn one. Gu Feng seemed to have gone berserk and had intended to strike with his strongest attack. A sliver of saintly might was sensed from the devastating lightning storm before them, which originated from the divine instrument. The amplification afforded to top-notch sages were incredibly frightening, especially one that resonated with one's powers. Zhuge Qingfeng had been able to stand against Kong Yao, who ranked 9th on the sage ranking, by wielding a divine instrument, enabling him to protect Crouching Dragon Mountain. Gu Feng had been one who was ranked on sage ranking himself, and that divine instrument was one that was more powerful than the one belonging to the Zhuge family. One could have only imagined how powerful that instrument would have been. Sword combination, Qin Zhuang said. The sword will all around them coalesced into a single entity and merged within the sword matrix. The sword will of the other 8 swordsmen were all infused within his body. At that moment, the sword diagram before Qin Zhuang seemed to be capable of cleaving the skies apart. Destroy! Gu Feng roared as he stepped out, thrusting the trident in his hand forward. He seemed to have given up entirely on defense at that moment, gathering all of his power in that one single attack, capable of destroying everything in its path. That devastating storm devoured the surroundings around him. Apocalyptic lightning calamity struck, yet at that very moment Gu Feng attacked, Qin Zhuang made a move. His body seemed to have been merged with the sword diagram, lashing out with a flash of the sword. The sparkling flash pierced through the space before them, drawing a dazzling line in the air. The dazzling straight line charged straight into the storm and disappeared just as soon as it appeared. Gu Feng's expression was a ferocious, unforgiving one. His eyes emanated a will to kill everything before him, yet he saw a flash of light came and went in an instant. Gu Feng's pupils dilated at the very next moment. His ferocious eyes came to be tainted with extreme fear. Gu Feng lowered his head and saw a dazzling flash of the sword pulsing with terrifying sword will at his chest, tearing away at his body bit by bit. The light on him grew increasingly bright and Gu Feng's pupils expanded as he shouted, "No!" His body dissipated in beams of dazzling flash of the sword together with that voice of extreme fear, blooming away at his surroundings before dissipating altogether. A silhouette was seen behind Gu Feng and it was none other than Qin Zhuang. He had merged with the sword matrix in that very instant, bringing a killing move of extreme speed and lethality. Devastating flashes of lightning coursed about Qin Zhuang's body. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth and his entire body darkened. It was a harrowing experience charging through a lightning storm out to tear everything apart. However, it ended up with Gu Feng, a mighty one of the Jisheng Cliffs ranked on the sage ranking, perishing. Qin Zhuang appeared before the spot where Gu Feng perished with a flash, catching the trident that was dropping below. The battles fought that day was not only one where the Holy Ji Palace were to strip Jisheng Cliffs entirely of their combat capacity, but they were also taking every single piece of divine instruments to be found there as well. Chapter 939. It had been a while since Yi Futian left the Shihua sacred mountain, and yet, things remained lively there. It had been a while since Yi Futian left the Shihua sacred mountain, and yet, things remained lively there. It was a rare occasion with so many of the 9 state saints gathering in one place, so it was only natural that they had a lot to talk about. Be it about the younger generations of the various holy lands, or something about training and whatnot, at their level as saints, only people of the same plane as they would have been able to verify and discuss each other's way of training. Other than that, they still had to let the genius among the younger generations of the 9 states to spar with each other, which without doubt, were only strictly for learning and no harm were to be done. Time flew and things at the banquet remained harmonious and lively. There was without doubt that they were also those who left. For example, Saint Xia did not stay for long before returning to the summer state. The Moon Saint had brought his people and left the place early as well. Saint Ji had of course remained. He had allied with the Shihua sacred mountain and the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, which meant that he had to stay behind and chat for a bit. However, the hour was late and he had to leave. Yet, just when he was about to leave, a drastic change was seen in his expression. He extended his palm and a jade scroll materialized in his hand, which had a name carved on it, Gu Feng. Gu Feng, who was personal student and the leader of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs of that generation. His spirit jade scroll was shattered, which meant that he perished. Invaders at Jisheng Cliffs. Saint Ji's expression ashen and saintly might emanated from his body. It was terrifying. There was no way Gu Feng would have been harmed in any way training in the Jisheng Cliffs. Furthermore, he was tremendously powerful and was armed with a divine instrument. If he had ended up dead, that could have only meant one thing: extremely powerful beings had invaded Jisheng Cliffs. He recalled the people of the Holy Ji Palace, who had left the place early, immediately, and uttered a line coldly, "The Holy Ji Palace. I've been set up." Yi Futian had left the place angry, seemingly due to the insult he suffered. From the looks of things currently, however, it seemed that he had been doing so on purpose. But why did the ones from the Holy Ji Palace dare to invade the Jisheng Cliffs? He was unable to fathom, as Yi Futian's power was entirely inadequate, unless it was the village chief of the Tombkeeper village going on a killing spree there. But then again, wouldn't they fear that I'd just head straight to the Holy Ji Palace and kill everyone there? Saint Ji, Saint Shihua called at the moment. The eyes of every saint who stayed turned to look at Saint Ji. They were able to tell from the aura emanated from him that something happened. Furthermore, it definitely had to be something dire to get Saint Ji being so aghast. The glass saint had yet to leave. She sat there quietly and turned her bright eyes at Saint Ji. Yi Futian's telepathic words to her made her curious as to what the young sage would have been up to. At the moment, she was able to somehow guess the answer to that from Saint Ji's reaction alone. The Jisheng Cliffs was invaded. Saint Ji looked up and cold aura burst from him. Yet another broken piece of jade scroll appeared on his palm, which was that of the 3rd warrior of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. He too was Saint Ji's personal student, and a very exceptional genius. The expressions of Kong Yao and many who were around Saint Ji turned pale. They all stood up as their hearts beat violently. How could this have happened? Qin Zhong's heart ached when he heard Saint Ji's words. Did he bring his people to go on a killing spree at Jisheng Cliffs? Excuse me, I'd be off. Saint Ji took to the air in an instant, heading straight in one direction like a gust of wind. He left without taking Kong Yao and other mighty ones from the Jisheng Cliffs. If the village chief of the Tombkeeper village had indeed went on a killing spree, then it would have been a burden for Saint Ji taking the others with him. His mind was ice cold at the moment. He was determined to raise the Holy Ji Palace. Other than strong murderous intent, Saint Ji also felt a faint tinge of fear. He was wondering if the number 1 holy land of the Yu state would have been rendered on the brink of total annihilation, and he dared not speculate further. How did Yi Futian dare to do such a thing? Did he have no concern for the lives of the people of the Holy Ji Palace then? letting the village go on a killing spree without any warning signs. How dare he? Not even Emperor Xia would have forgiven him. The 9 states were all under the rule of Emperor Xia's orthodoxy. Emperor Xia would have found nothing more repugnant than saints going on killing sprees without a care. Saint Shihua told the Rain Saint and the others back in the Shihua Sacred Mountain, "Take care of Shihua Sacred Mountain. I'd be off for a while. I'd come with you." The Sacred King went up as well. Their minds were incredibly cold at the moment and they speculated the same thing as Saint Ji. There were no other possibilities to be had. Other than the village chief going on a killing spree, there was no way Yi Futian and his people would have been capable of such feats at the Jisheng Cliffs. The Jisheng Cliffs was a holy land and the most powerful force to be had in the Yu state after all. "Everyone, I fear that I would be unable to be the host of this banquet any longer. If any of you wish to stay, Lu Zong and the others would attend to you. Please excuse me," Saint Shihua said to address the crowd before leaving with the Sacred King. "We'd go with you." One silhouette after another took to the air at the moment. The saints all headed towards the Jisheng Cliffs. They were all wondering that with the 3 holy lands declaring that they were to be allies, would Yi Futian would have done something so illogical and unthinkable? If the village chief had indeed went on a killing spree, then the saints of the 3 holy lands would have been permitted to head straight for the Holy Ji Palace and kill everyone there. It was an action akin to digging one's grave, as not even Emperor Xia would have saved them. That would have probably been the way things the Sacred King wanted to see turn out. The glass was thinking as well, if Yi Futian would have acted so impulsively. Her alluring figure was seen taking to the air and she flew away like a fairy. The sky at a corner of the Yu state several hundred miles away from the Jisheng Cliffs were tainted fiery red, as if a firestorm had lit the sky. Countless at the vast lands below looked up and shuddered violently within. It was the heaven's might. A battle between saints were taking place high in the sky. It was terrifying, for those below were actually witnessing a battle between saints taking place. The elder who was manipulating fires of his surroundings and was capable of burning the sky with just his thoughts, would have probably been the Flame Saint of Jisheng Cliffs. The one who stands before the Flame Saint, the silhouette looking like a stout, skyscraping god. Who would that saint be? It was said that Dozhan of the Holy Ji Palace had attained sainthood due to his exceptional physical might. Furthermore, Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu state and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren state were sworn enemies. Would it be him? At that moment, the stout godlike figure was bathed in fire. His body had been burned flaming red and yet, he seemed as if he felt nothing. He stood where he was with the might of the great path coursing all over him. His achieved sainthood through physical feats, and his body itself was a rule of the great path. Other than both of them, there was yet another elder clad in unparalleled might of the sword taking care of things in another corner. It was none other than the village chief. He did not participate in the battle between saints. Dozhan had fought the Sacred King as soon as he became a saint, which naturally meant that he was overpowered. That battle at the moment served well to allow Dozhan to get used to battles fought at Saint Plain. The village chief would have only acted when things turned dire. There was no way the Flame Saint would have been able to run with the village chief around. Be it attack or speed, he was way above the Flame Saint. Is the Holy Ji Palace really going to kill everyone then? The Flame Saint's voice was heard saying coldly in the sky, "You people came trampling when Saint Ji was absent. Do you think the Shihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Saint Ji would have let you off easy after this? Are you saying if we spare you and the Jisheng Cliffs, Saint Shihua, the Sacred King and Saint Ji would just stand by and do nothing then?" The village chief said sarcastically. The lords of the 3 holy lands were now allies as declared at Shihua Sacred Mountain, and that could have only been meant for one thing, the annihilation of the Holy Ji Palace. There was no way they could have gone easy, so much so that the 3 holy lands would have came for the Holy Ji Palace right away, as soon as Yi Futian and his people returned to the Holy Ji Palace. It was entirely fine for Yi Futian to make such a decision at the moment, to shave off certain powers of his enemies. They were to cut down any they would have been able to at the moment, and it would have made their enemies much easier to deal with in the future. Dozhan, let's join hands and get rid of him. We don't have much time, the village chief said. They were definitely there sooner than Saint Ji, but that did not mean that they have a lot of time to spare. When Saint Ji was alerted and he were to return to Jisheng Cliffs not long after they left, they would have had little time to do what needed to be done. Saint Ji's powers would have probably been stronger after all. All right. Dozhan nodded. He stepped forward as soon as he finished saying that. The might of the great path descended upon him and a powerful pressure descended upon his opponent. He stepped forward and threw a frightening punch of the saint in an instant, tearing the air before the punch apart. The flame saint's eyes remained burning. Giants of magma manifested around him all of a sudden, throwing themselves at the incoming flash of the punch. A firestorm burst before him at the same time. Ash fire with the power to burn everything down was brought to bear in an instant. At that moment, the flame saint sensed looming crisis. The sword of the great path descended from above, shrouding his surroundings in it. The village chief made his move as well. The flame saint pulsed with boundless fires and his expression completely ashen. The village chief was considerably more powerful than he was. There was simply no way he would have been able to take the village chief on, especially now that the village chief attacked together with Dozhan. While the flame saint indeed possessed a divine instrument, but the level of the thing in his hand was not high and the amplification effect was limited. It was as if top-notch sage ritual implements would have been of limited use to top-notch archmage-level sages. Common divine instruments operated in the same manner with saints, unless it was some high-level divine instrument that surpassed their own levels. In the case of Dozhan, who had achieved sainthood through physical feats, his body itself was comparable to common divine instruments. Seeing the boundless sword aura descending from above, the flame saint looked up and the great path of boundless rules was transformed into a special fiery image. He burst with sky-burning flames in an instant, shrouding the sky, and the flames even headed straight for the village chief's body. When the sword reached him, it disappeared entirely within the image. Boom, boom, boom. The air shook violently and Dozhan stepped forward in great leaps. His 7-star acupoints were all opened and his arm was thrown straight at the flame saint, who was gathering his powers to resist the village chief's attacks. He turned rather despair sensing Dozhan's incoming attack. He intended to retreat, but quickly saw a beam of powerful light shot forth. A beam of holy light appeared in the air. Sword matrix diagrams showered down, heading straight for the flame saint. The flame saint's body seemed to have been burned. Screens of terrifying flames appeared with his body at the center. When the sword will reached him and immersed in the fires, it would have dissipated bit by bit. However, Dozhan did not seem to even be aware of the power of the flames. His arm bashed right through the screen of flames and headed straight for the flame saint's body. Boom! A loud boom was heard. Dozhan felt the arm of his saintly body scalded and seemingly felt like it was about to be reduced to ashes. However, the terrifying shock also sent the flame saint flying. The flame saint intended to just turn around and escape using the force from the shock. He had no intentions of fighting any longer. The sword diagrams continued to press on him. The looming sense of crisis grew increasingly strong and at the very next moment, a flash of the sword came and went like a bolt of lightning. The space seemed to have been torn and the flame saint was stopped dead in his tracks. Extreme fear was seen in his eyes. At that moment, the village chief and the flame saint had their backs facing each other, as if both of them just happened to brush past each other. At the very next moment, despair was written all over the flame saint's face. His body split apart in the middle right away. The village chief's body disappeared right away. Streaks of lightning flashes of the sword boomed in the air. The flame saint completely dissipated from the space he occupied soon. It was difficult for saints to die. As such, he had to end the flame saint completely, leaving his opponent with no chance of emerging alive. A saint of the Jisheng Cliffs perished. I, Saint Ji, swears to cut down every single person from the holy Ji palace of the barren state. A voice voicing out a murderous intent like no other reverberated in the air during the journey between the Shihua sacred mountain to the Jisheng cliffs, causing all from the holy lands to tremble. Chapter 940, Jisheng Cliffs. Now, the outcome of the battle became even clearer. Jisheng Cliffs. Now, the outcome of the battle became even clearer. No one could block Sword Saint's demonic blade, and after Qin Zhuang and his party killed Gu Feng, they moved in on Nia Yan for the kill. This was war, and there was no fairness in it. Qin Zhuang and his group of 9 were able to kill Gu Feng, and in addition to Yun Sheng and Huang Shi, who were armed with divine implements, Nia Yan had no chance to block it and was soon exhausted, his body sealed by ice. When the sword arrived, his body was pulverized instantly, and his divine implement was taken away. Out of the 3 great sages of Jisheng Cliffs, 2 were killed with the 18 elders who had perished before. Their battle power had been diminished again and again. Jisheng Cliffs was washed in blood. On the other hand, on the side of the holy Ji palace of the barren state, there was no such catastrophe, so the situation of the battle was clearly one-sided. It's finished. Those from Jisheng Cliffs, who were still battling, felt hopeless inside. They clearly understood that there was no hope in the battle of Jisheng Cliffs. Since when could these people of the holy Ji palace from the barren state, who had no saints and were greatly despised, now slaughter Jisheng Cliffs, destroying them all? Those who had participated in the battle of the holy Ji palace in the barren state were feeling particularly bitter. Back in the day, Zhan Shao of the younger generation of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs had descended to the holy Ji palace in the barren state. He had been enough to stir up a storm of blood and guts, making the holy Ji palace agree to everything they had asked for, on account that they did not dare to offend Jisheng Cliffs. However, once a weakling of a character from the noble plane became the palace lord of the holy Ji palace, an army was now at Jisheng Cliffs for the kill. How ironic. If this was known before, they would have killed Yi Futian, no matter the cost, and would not have allowed him to go to the palace to participate in the battle so that he had the opportunity to become the lord of the palace before Emperor Xia. However, there was no such thing as if. Above the firmament, violent bursting sounds of explosions could be heard. Yuan Hong and the Heavenly Guardian collided once again, and this time, Yuan Hong's attack was so shocking and powerful that everyone could see that although he was using the infinite ruler, it was clearly the staff method in disguise. The power of each strike was stronger than the previous one. It gathered the power of the heavens and attacked with the might of the matrix. Along with this terrible bursting sound, many people's eardrums shook. The godlike body of the Heavenly Guardian was now fraught with cracks. The elder who was controlling it made a muted sound, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Go now, leave Jisheng Cliffs. On the cliff, the white-haired elder shouted. Obviously, he knew that there was no more hope, so he was allowing the sages of Jisheng Cliffs to retreat and give up. Otherwise, they would all die here. Boom! Another shockingly loud noise was heard. Yuan Hong's staff techniques directly split open the body of the Heavenly Guardian. The elder spat out blood, and the people behind him also had their breath diminished, and the divine implement of a hammer dropped straight into the hands of Yuan Hong. The white elder was also defeated. Let's go. Another loud scream came from Jisheng Cliffs and suddenly, all the sages fled, abandoning the battle. Bang! Yuan Hong's infinite ruler slammed down, sweeping endless areas, killing many cultivators instantly. Sword Saint's blade was also madly cutting down the enemies. Once upon a time, Jisheng Cliffs nearly killed his 3rd junior brother, Gu Donglu, and their younger brother. Today, this debt would be repaid. Moreover, those who escaped today would come back again with Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in alliance to fight the Holy Ji Palace, so it went without saying that they could not allow these people a second chance. The body of Qin Zhuang also moved, but this time, he did not gather the sword matrix. Instead, he crossed the void by himself, continuing the slaughter. The same was true of Su Shang. His body was like a wind, killing those who tried to escape. The demonic beast let out a roar, tearing at all the cultivators who were guarding different areas of the Jisheng cliffs and trying to escape. In this battle, Jisheng cliffs completely gave up and the massacre was a one-sided affair. The immense body of the golden demon ape came to a cliff, and Yuan Hong lowered his head to stare coldly at a group of elders of the Jisheng cliffs. The white elder looked up at that incomparably violent golden body, and said coldly, "Evil beast, your massacre today will one day be the demise of your clan." Yuan Hong put away the infinite ruler but picked up the hammer of divine implement that the other party had just used. His arm lifted high, and a knowing pressure cascaded down. The white elder and the others looked extremely pale. The heavenly and earthly guardians were all eliminated, which caused great injuries to their spiritual will, and it was now impossible to resist Yuan Hong. It was the end for them. That day when the people of Jisheng Cliffs went to Taihang Mountain for the massacre, not only did you not stop them, but instead sent people to help. Have you ever thought that this day of retribution would come for you? The golden eyes of Yuan Hong were full of murderous intent. Without waiting for a response, the huge hammer of the divine implement smashed down. With a great loud boom, the mountains burst and shattered, and those cultivators disappeared right where they stood. Next, of course, was to clean up the mess. Yi Futian was still playing the guqin. A sunset was now at the edge of the sky, red like blood, eerily similar to the scene that happened on Taihang Mountain in the past, as if this was the retribution that had been a long time coming. The sound of the guqin stopped. The village chief and Dozhan had also returned. They stood beside Yi Futian. The earthly guardian had disappeared, and the countless people at Jisheng Cliffs below shuddered in fear. "Let's go." Yi Futian glanced at the place below indifferently, then turned to leave. The army withdrew and the demonic beasts levitated, and soon they had all left Jisheng Cliff and headed for the distance. Village Chief, Master, now that Emperor Xia has permitted the 9 states sacred war with no requirement to warn the others, the concern here is that Saint Shihua and Saint Ji will join forces. What are your thoughts? Yi Futian asked the village chief and Dozhan. Futian, what are your thoughts? Dozhan asked. In this context, he automatically understood what he was facing. He could not return to the Holy Ji Palace, otherwise, it was as if he was waiting for the opponent to come and kill him. Having cultivated to the Saint Plane, naturally, he would not sacrifice himself lightly. The endless ocean is vast and without end, with countless islands that no one has any knowledge of, which will be great for concentrating on cultivation. Of course, Master could also go to the upper worlds and bring a demonic beast so I can always contact Master, Yi Futian said. He had gone to the Jisheng Cliffs to force Flame Saint to summon Emperor Xia and formulate the rules of the sacred war so that no one dared to disobey them in the land of 9 states. Naturally, he would use those rules to his own advantage and avoid what would not benefit him. Fine. Dozhan nodded. What are the plans for the village chief? I don't care. Let's send Futian and the others back to the palace first. Only I won't confront them head-on, they can't catch up with me, the village chief replied, apparently very confident with his speed. That's great. Master can go now, lest the other party go directly to the palace to end us, Yi Futian said. Very well. Dozhan nodded. Be careful, don't start the fight. I understand. Yi Futian nodded, and he had a plan in his heart. Dozhan stepped onto a demon beast and left. When a saint chose to intentionally remain hidden, he would not be easy to find. The village chief summoned the giant sword and took Yi Futian and the others, heading toward the barren state. When Saint Ji rushed back to Jisheng Cliffs, the battle was already over and Yi Futian and his people had been gone for a while. Those below the Sage Plain level at Jisheng Cliffs were cleaning up the mess. The vast and endless Jisheng Cliffs of the Holy Land of Yu State was now in total ruin. Mountain ridges had collapsed and been destroyed, and there were cracks on the ground. Numerous bodies were laid out on the field, bright red blood-colored Jisheng Cliffs. From St. Ji, an immeasurable murderous aura coursed out of him and permeated the air. Its pressure was so heavy that the people below could hardly breathe. When they looked up, they saw Saint Ji, and yet no one greeted him, there was only a sense of sorrow. In the space, there was nothing but silence. What happened to Jisheng Cliffs today was the demise of their elders. As the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs, could Saint Ji shirk the responsibilities of any of it? He did not guard the Jisheng Cliffs well, and as Yi Futian had said at the banquet in Shihua's sacred mountain, Saint Ji announced his decision to participate in the sacred war, thus bringing on the annihilation of Jisheng Cliffs. When Yi Futian led his people here, what was Saint Ji doing? Perhaps still enjoying the feast. The vendetta between Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace started because of the order issued by Saint Ji. He even used his will on the Holy Ji Palace and suppressed the barren state by force. Now he had announced his intention to participate in the sacred war, a mixture of new hatred and old debt had resulted in the ending before his eyes. At this moment, there was resentment in the hearts of many. The Jisheng Cliffs of the present had been completely finished, and the first holy land in Yu State was no more. Shadows of figures descended one after another. They were saints rushing over from Shihua sacred mountain. When they saw the scene in front of them, all were silent. Yi Futian had really destroyed Jisheng Cliffs. What exactly happened? Saint Ji was still immersed in deep hatred when Saint Shihua inquired coldly. Great Zhou's sacred king's eyes were sharp and indifferent, the intent to kill was extremely strong. But in reality, none of what happened was a disadvantage to him. Now, Saint Ji was probably going to kill Yi Futian no matter the cost. Yi Futian led the army of the Holy Ji Palace from the barren state and annihilated us, a man said and looked up at the void. An army from the Holy Ji Palace? All the saints who were present had an indifferent look. How could that even be possible? Unless, before attending the birthday banquet, Yi Futian had already ordered the army to ambush Jisheng Cliffs? Emperor Xia appeared. Saint Ji glanced at the stone monument at Jisheng Peak. He could already sense something. Yes, the army of the Holy Ji Palace came with the saints of the other two holy lands. Flame Saint summoned the will of Emperor Xia. The people from below continued, however, Yi Futian claimed that the head saint announced their participation in the sacred war at Shihua sacred mountain, and with 3 major holy lands joining forces to bully the barren state, he had no choice but to strike back. Emperor Xia did not stop it, but issued an order saying that any holy lands within the 9 states desiring to battle no longer need to ask him for permission again, but just need to obey the rules governing the sacred war, saints to saints, and sages to sages, so that those below the sage plane will live. Catching. Saint Ji clenched both fists, blue veins bulging, and the thought of killing gathered around him and turned into a hurricane, extremely frightening. Yi Futian. His eyes were directed at the void and murderous thoughts swept up toward it. He understood now that Jisheng Cliffs was set up by Yi Futian, who had laid out the plan in advance to annihilate them. Nowadays, there was the edict of Emperor Xia, and he could not even go straight to the Holy Ji Palace to take his revenge and could only target the 2 saints from the Holy Ji Palace. But how could it be that the other party was not prepared to wait for them? Jisheng Cliffs was destroyed, but he could not avenge it by bringing slaughter to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian was exploiting the rules of Emperor Xia. He could disregard Emperor Xia's command and go over there to massacre them, but then he would be daring to exchange his own life. If he violated Emperor Xia's order, then the question was whether or not Emperor Xia would kill him as the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs. In the 9 states, no one could disobey the command of Ren Huang. The words of the Xia Emperor were the words of heaven. Glass Saint was quite shocked when she witnessed this scene in her heart, and she finally understood the meaning of Yi Futian's question to her before he left. Even before any of this, he had already planned to use Xia Emperor to give orders for the sacred war. Although it seemed that Holy Ji Palace of Barren State was still in a position of absolute disadvantage, this was already the best possible outcome. To upend the power of Jisheng Cliffs, as long as the two saints temporarily evaded the attention at the moment, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State would only face the army of sages from two holy lands. Leveraging the advantage of their location, they still had a chance to win the battle. All the saints looked on quietly, and they thought that Yi Futian was truly a tough character. Saint Ji was fooled by a youngster and in the land of the 9 states, which had been calm for many years. The first holy land to be wiped out was actually not the Holy Ji Palace but Jisheng Cliffs. Chapter 941, Jisheng Cliffs, under the cover of the night's darkness, was desolate, and as the cold wind blew, it chilled Saint Ji, who was just stepping into Jisheng Cliffs. Those who had perished had completely disappeared, including their divine implements, which had been taken away. He had wild thoughts about capturing the sacred hall of the Holy Ji Palace and their divine implements to fortify Jisheng Cliffs, but Yi Futian had acted first and exterminated Jisheng Cliffs. How many years would it take for them to recover? Jisheng Cliffs, under the cover of the night's darkness, was desolate, and as the cold wind blew, it chilled Saint Ji, who was just stepping into Jisheng Cliffs. Those who had perished had completely disappeared, including their divine implements, which had been taken away. He had wild thoughts about capturing the sacred hall of the Holy Ji Palace and their divine implements to fortify Jisheng Cliffs, but Yi Futian had acted first and exterminated Jisheng Cliffs. How many years would it take for them to recover? 50 years? 100 years? Or even longer? And after this battle, who dared to enter Jisheng Cliffs to cultivate? He, Saint Ji, as the head saint had allowed Jisheng Cliffs to suffer such catastrophe. Who would be willing to submit to him? Of course, he could feel that even those in the noble plane did not regard him quite with as much fear as before, but he had no one to blame. He was the master of Jisheng Cliffs, and this was a responsibility that he could not shirk. As he had enjoyed the supreme power and the status that came with it, the responsibility was also his. But he had pushed Jisheng Cliffs to the abyss. Saint Shihua, great Zhou sacred king, could you immediately mobilize the army to the barren state? Saint Ji looked up to the 2 men in the void and said, since Emperor Xia has re-established the rules for the 9 states sacred war, participants in the sacred war in the 9 states no longer need to report for permission. Therefore, the agreement between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace is no longer valid, and Great Zhou Sacred King can strike back. Saint Ji, Yi Futian left Shihua Sacred Mountain but led the army to massacre Jisheng Cliffs. It must have been premeditated. If so, he is extremely cunning and would never allow the 2 saints from Holy Ji Palace to return for us to slaughter. Most likely, the saints have already escaped. As for those below Saint Plain yet dealing such a blow to Jisheng Cliffs, their people must not be weaklings and we need to give the whole matter more consideration, Saint Shihua replied. Yi Futian was certainly not stupid. How could he not know to use the rules to his advantage? Would the saints of the Holy Ji Palace wait for them to come for the kill? As for the Sage Plain, seeing the outcome at Jisheng Cliffs, it was most likely that both Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would have to pour in all of their best to destroy the Holy Ji Palace for good. It was said that Yang Shao had arranged many matrices in the Holy Ji Palace. It had geographical advantages, and even if they were able to annihilate the Holy Ji Palace, it would probably be at the great expense of their own people, so rushing into action would do them no good at all. Previously, they had planned to pressure the Holy Ji Palace with the forces of all 3 holy lands and let some cultivators leave on their own out of fear, thus lessening its resistance. But now, the sages of the Jisheng Cliffs were swept away. In reality, Jisheng Cliffs no longer held much value, and the remaining combative powers would probably come from Saint Ji himself and Kong Yao. When Saint Ji heard what Saint Shihua had to say, he felt an extremely coldness, but he said nothing. The space seemed even more oppressed, and the saints all around looked on quietly. Who would have thought? They were even wondering if Yi Futian had planned to use Flame Saint to call out Emperor Xia to mandate the rules so that the Holy Ji Palace would avoid being hunted by all the saints. As for the rules set by Emperor Xia, they were not surprised. Although Emperor Xia was not so concerned about the 9 states, it was ultimately under his jurisdiction. Each generation would yield some powerful figures. He had already opened up the sacred war in the 9 states. If the saints were not prohibited from taking revenge on the people of lower planes, once the 9 states was mired in a state of chaos, the real end of days would come when people would slaughter each other without any fear or restrictions. Under the rules, all the holy lands would inevitably be somewhat restrained. In fact, even without the rules from Emperor Xia, in the past, most saints would not attack people of lower planes from other holy lands, so it could be said to be an unwritten rule followed by all. The reason why there was such a special case with the barren state was that they had no saints in the past, so Jisheng Cliffs thought that it could be bullied. Great Zhou's sacred king had thought so before as well. Understood, Saint Ji replied coolly. Saint Ji, Saint Shihua continued, I can understand your anger at the moment. The cruelty and bloodthirst demonstrated by the Holy Ji Palace gives everyone in the 9 states a right to judge them. However, under the rules, we still have to act according to the emperor's will. The 9 states is far too large and there are also endless territories outside of it. If saints deliberately evade us, who can find them? Not only couldn't we, but even those in the Renhuang plain would find it difficult. Those beautiful eyes of glass saint suddenly flashed a look of surprise, her eyes were directed at Shihua Sacred Mountain. This sentence seems simple enough, but behind it, there was deep meaning. Saint Shihua had thought deep and hard. Outside of the 9 states, there were endless territories. The saints could avoid them, and even those in the Renhuang plain would deem them hard to find. What did this mean? Saint Ji needed to avoid it, so would it also be difficult for Emperor Xia to find it? The other saints also raised their eyebrows. They were all crafty old souls who had been cultivating for many years. Naturally, they understood that this seemingly random sentence had a hidden meaning behind it, though on the surface nothing seemed to be amiss. Now that Jisheng Cliffs had been bathed in blood, if Saint Ji was tough enough. However, this was equivalent to gambling with his own life. They did not really know just how much power Emperor Xia had, but in reality, there was a great possibility that Saint Ji would never be able to walk out of the 9 states. Such determination was not easy. Please, everyone, go back. Saint Ji did not respond to Saint Shihua but instead had asked everyone to leave. Everyone around said nothing more and started to move away, but there was turmoil in their hearts. After all, Jisheng Cliff was a holy land in Yu State. That handsome young man from the barren state, who had seemed so harmless in the birthday banquet, was, in the end, quite ruthless. Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king left as well, and they returned to Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty respectively. They were reminded by today's event that Yi Futian, ruthless and tough, should never be underestimated. If they were not careful, they would be swallowed whole by this formidable opponent. The Battle of Jisheng Cliffs quickly spread throughout the territories of the 9 states and shocked countless people. Just as everyone was still thinking about the marriage between Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, another great event happened on the same day. Jisheng Cliffs had suffered a bloodbath. Many people had forgotten about the focus of that day, Lu Zong and Zhou Zi, to whom the day should have belonged. After all, Yi Futian was still Yi Futian within the land of the 9 states. No one seemed to be able to deprive him of the spotlight. It was rumored that on the day of the wedding banquet, Lu Zong and Yi Futian had a sparring session that had made Yi Futian retreat, and afterwards, there was the Battle of Jisheng Cliff. Could this mean that Lu Zong was now stronger than Yi Futian within the same generation? Of course, there were also many who wondered if Yi Futian had withdrawn deliberately and had not exerted his full power. At the Battle of Jisheng Cliffs, it was said that Yi Futian did not participate in the fight. Only the people from the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state were fighting. Was Yi Futian still unable to participate in this level of battle? There was also an army of demonic beasts in that battle. There was a powerful beast master at the Holy Ji Palace. Various rumors now spread throughout the 9 states, and the news had also entered into the barren state and stirred up a storm there. When Jisheng Cliffs was wreaking havoc in the barren state, people in the barren state knew. But in just a few years' time, no one could have thought that the young man who was in the noble plain would now lead an army from Holy Ji Palace to annihilate Jisheng Cliffs. It was truly shocking. Many people felt their blood boiling and wanted to join the Holy Ji Palace, even if the palace was now in the midst of a sacred war. If they could survive this sacred war, the land of the 9 states and the rise of the Holy Ji Palace would be unstoppable. At this time, at the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state, Yi Futian had ordered everyone to be fully prepared, ready to fight. At the same time, he had dispatched the demonic beasts to monitor the movements of Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. In the present situation, there was always the possibility that the opponent would send troops to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian wanted to delay for as much time as possible. When he and Yu Sheng were both in the Sage Plain, the sacred war would be a lot easier. There was also the third senior brother, Jieyu, Wuchen, and Jioga, who all needed more time to become stronger. Although in the battle with Jisheng Cliffs he had destroyed them, Yi Futian was not proud and still had a very strong sense of crisis. Though Emperor Xia had declared the rules, there was no guarantee that the other party would abide by the agreement. If they were desperate, there was a definite possibility that the other party would violate Emperor Xia's order. Therefore, the Holy Ji Palace was constantly facing a crisis. At this time, in the Holy Sage Pavilion, Yi Futian was cultivating, but someone came with a word. "What is it?" Yi Futian asked the person. "Palace Lord, someone from the Yu clan of Summer State came to visit," the person replied. Yi Futian's eyes flashed a strange color, and he said, "Who is the visitor?" "A lady of the Yu clan. Her name is Yu Lingshuang." Yi Futian looked surprised, and then walked out and said, "Let's go see." In a moment, Yi Futian saw that it was indeed Yu Lingshuang, along with some cultivators of the Yu clan. "Palace Lord Yi." Everyone bowed in greeting. "No need." Yi Futian nodded in return, then looked at Yu Lingshuang and smiled. "To what do I owe Miss Lingshuang this visit? Didn't you invite me to visit the palace? Didn't you mean it?" Yu Lingshuang smiled jokingly. "Of course you are welcome to visit, it's just that we are in the middle of a mess. I didn't expect any visitors." Yi Futian smiled and continued, "Let me order a feast for you." "No need. But could Palace Lord Yi take me to see the rest of the Holy Ji Palace?" Yu Lingshuang smiled. Yi Futian looked at her and saw that her beautiful eyes stared back at him. He nodded gently. "Very well, I will give you a tour." As he was speaking, he walked forward, Yu Lingshuang following behind, not letting anyone else follow them. The two levitated and came to the place above the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian said to Yu Lingshuang, "This is the Holy Sage Pavilion, the place where Palace Lord resides. The Holy Ji Palace is the holy land of cultivation in the barren state. There used to be 6 palaces, but I added some more." "I know. And I heard that when Palace Lord Yi first entered the Holy Ji Palace, he was not favored. The Holy Sage Pavilion chose by Zhe, the son of the Lord of White Cloud City, and Sage Dozhan of the Battle Sage Palace chose you as a disciple. And now, Sage Dozhan is already Saint Dozhan," Yu Lingshuang said with a smile. "It was so." Yi Futian laughed. Apparently, Yu Lingshuang had learned some of his past and even knew things that happened when he entered the palace. "You had also been exiled from the palace because of that thing with Jisheng Cliffs. The previous palace lord saw your talent and sacrificed himself to pass on the position to you, even though you were only at the Nobel Plain at the time." Yu Lingshuang continued, "And now that you have brought an army into Jisheng Cliffs, it could be considered revenge for the 2 previous palace lords. Payback for all the wrongs that happened before. If the 2 palace lords knew now, they would be proud of their decision, same as your master. Even so, the Holy Ji Palace is also facing a crisis of survival," Yi Futian replied. "You could resolve it," Yu Lingshuang said. "Just as your master and the 2 palace lords valued you, now, my clan feels the same way. I believe we are not wrong to believe this, so why did you not consider the proposal last time? Yi Futian looked at Yu Lingshuang and saw that this bright and attractive woman did not appear bashful. Her clear and beautiful eyes stared back at him. From her eyes, Yi Futian instinctively understood certain feelings, and could not help but give a forlorn smile. I don't want to mess with people's emotions, and besides, it would not be fair to you. Yi Futian sighed. But I don't mind, Yu Lingshuang said, still looking at him. She smiled and continued, since I met Palace Lord Yi for the first time, I inquired a lot about him. The situation that currently faces the Holy Ji Palace, you should know better than me. If Palace Lord Yi really does not want to accept me, I don't mind acting in a play. Our family values the talent and potential of Palace Lord Yi, but in the end, we need a reason for our liaison, otherwise, it is impossible to take the risk, and I can give the family that reason to intervene, but also ease the crisis facing the Holy Ji Palace. So why not do it? Wait until the Holy Ji Palace gets through the crisis, and after everything has ended, you can declare that it was all just false. No one will care by then. Chapter 942, Yi Futian looked at Yu Lingshuang in surprise. How had he not seen the faint emotion in this beautiful woman's eyes? And she understood his past. She was obviously an attentive woman. Yi Futian looked at Yu Lingshuang in surprise. How had he not seen the faint emotion in this beautiful woman's eyes? And she understood his past. She was obviously an attentive woman. But the two of them had only met a few times, and the first time was at the suggestion of Yu Jianglu. Yi Futian naturally could not have any feelings towards her. This was not the way that he wanted to obtain the Yu clan's power. And if he just pretended in order to gain their favor, and then abandoned her once he had gotten what he needed, that would seem rather mean. Even though she said she didn't mind, this wasn't fair to her at all. He was already married. If he said it was all just a game, who would believe him? He couldn't stand it if Yu Lingshuang was kicked out due to rumors and suspicion. So, once a marriage had taken place, it was too hypocritical to say it was all a game. He could only officially take her as a concubine. It was only in the interest of the palace, but it was still a little unfair to Yu Lingshuang. But it would be a lie if he said he was not tempted. He understood what the palace faced now more than anyone. It could be said to be a stormy situation. A little carelessness could bring about a catastrophe. With Shihua's sacred mountain, the great Zhou's sacred dynasty, and Saint Ji, there were 6 Saint Plain cultivators in total. How could the village chief and the master withstand them all? They could only run. And he did not know how many years it would be before he reached the Saint Plain. Therefore, this marriage would not be about himself. It was about the palace's benefit and the life and death of many people. He could not be indifferent to their plight. Having the Yu clan join them would give Shihua sacred mountain and the great Zhou sacred dynasty pause, and they would not dare do anything rash. When she saw Yi Futian's expression, Lingshuang bowed her head slightly, and a touch of gloominess flashed in her eyes. She knew that Yi Futian didn't have any romantic feelings for her, and so she restrained her own emotions. Her beauty was outstanding, but she was not beautiful enough to cause the fall of a city or a nation. She was much less beautiful than Yi Futian's wife. How could a peerless figure like Yi Futian have feelings for her? After all, she was not some sort of goddess, she was not even the most outstanding in the Yu clan. And she knew of Yi Futian's legendary past. He was indeed a god. It was as if he was destined for greatness from birth. Even among the endless heroic figures of the 9 states he still stood out. She raised her head and looked at Yi Futian. She smiled and said, I already know what's on your mind, Lord Yi. I'm just passing through. Can I stay here and visit for a while? Of course. Yi Futian saw that Lingshuang had changed the subject. He smiled and nodded. Then I'll ask my family to go back without me. The two of them went to the sage hall, where Yu Lingshuang asked the cultivators of the Yu clan to leave. A strange light flashed in their eyes. Miss Yu was staying at the palace. What did that mean? They would go back and report to the family first. Yi Futian made arrangements for Yu Lingshuang to stay in the sage hall. Many seniors came to visit Yi Futian for the real purpose of seeing Yu Lingshuang. This guy had a beautiful woman willing to throw herself into his arms, and he was indifferent to her. However, his restraint also had a certain charm to it. When they thought about it carefully, they realized that he had never lacked for beautiful women beside him, like Yun Shuisheng, the daughter of Ice Temple, Phoenix, the undying old man's heir, Mu Zhiqiu of Zhaixing House, and even his maid was beautiful, the slim and graceful, yet coquettish, Long Linger. The last time he had gone out to train, he had also taken 2 beautiful women with him. He truly could be called a playboy. Atop Holy Sage Pavilion sat a beautiful woman gazing at the distant scenery. When she heard footsteps, Hua Jieyu turned and smiled at Yi Futian, saying, "Have you disappointed the beauty again?" Yi Futian shrugged and walked to Hua Jieyu's side. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and rested his head on her shoulder. "I've disappointed a few along the way." He knew that when he was in Divine Sky City, Gu Yunxi had been interested in him, as well as Lulan Shui. He knew how difficult it was to suffer their favor. Hua Jieyu turned her face, and Yi Futian could feel her breath. Her face that was beautiful enough to bring about the fall of a city was so close it was intoxicating. "You weren't like this at Qingzhou Academy," said Hua Jieyu softly. "Didn't you really like to flirt with Miss Qin then? You still remember that after all these years?" Yi Futian's face darkened. When they were cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, they were only 15. At that time, he didn't know anything about feelings. Many people in the academy dreamed of Qin Yi. And he had been young, so naturally, he would have been attracted to someone as beautiful, sexy, and kind as her. "Humph. I remember it well," said Hua Jieyu smilingly. "Ah, unfortunately later I was enchanted by a witch. My one false step has brought me everlasting grief," said Yi Futian with a sigh. Hua Jieyu stamped on his foot. She turned around, her eyes revealing her intoxicating beauty. She whispered, "Is that witch really so charming?" "She is. So charming that I just want to eat her up." Yi Futian bowed his head and kissed her intoxicating red lips. The witch was charming, but he had her in the palm of his hand. Holding on to her intoxicating body, he led her into the bedroom. It was a wonderful spring night. With Yu Lingshuang staying in the Holy Sage Pavilion, many people thought that the lady of the palace would be unhappy. They never would have imagined that Hua Jieyu could often be seen with her all around the palace, chatting and laughing. They seemed to be as close as sisters. This made the disciples worship Yi Futian even more. He was truly the model of a man. He had a wife who was like a goddess, and she did not mind the presence of another woman. And she could even fight side by side with him. She was perfect. However, on that day a group of cultivators came to the Holy Ji Palace. They were actually from the Yu clan in the Summer State, so Yi Futian went out to greet them, along with Yu Lingshuang. Yu Jianglu was among them. "Lord Yi, Lingshuang," Yu Jianglu called to the 2 of them. "How is it that you have the time to come visit us?" asked Yi Futian. He felt that something was slightly off. Yu Jianglu and the others looked solemn. "Lingshuang, where did your uncle and the guards go?" asked Yu Jianglu. "After I arrived at the palace, I asked them to return home." "What's wrong?" asked Lingshuang. She also felt that something was going on. "Your uncle and the others, every one of them was killed," said Yu Jianglu. Yu Lingshuang's face changed in an instant, as did Yi Futian's. The people from the Yu clan had all been killed after they left the palace. Who had done this? How could that be? Yu Lingshuang's face went pale. She felt guilty. Had she killed them by coming here? And if she had gone back with them, would she have ended up the same way? "Do you have any leads?" asked Yi Futian. Yu Jianglu shook his head and then asked Yu Lingshuang some questions. He speculated they had died on the day that they left the palace, and not too far away from the palace either. In fact, they had still been in the barren state, in Zhongzhou City. The Holy Ji Palace was in the barren state, but it had obviously not been them who had killed the people from the Yu clan. They had a good relationship, and so Yi Futian had no reason to do it, otherwise, Yu Jianglu would not have been so polite when he came to the palace. He knew that this affair was not their doing. Lord Yi, are there any forces in the barren state that bear enmity towards the palace? Asked Yu Jianglu. That can't be it. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to do this. Yi Futian shook his head. Given the current situation, we're being watched by everyone, and Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty probably have many informers in Zhongzhou City. But even they don't seem to have had a good reason to do it. Perhaps they ordered someone to kill them when they saw that we had a desire to form a marriage alliance with you, in the hopes of killing Yu Lingshuang. And since she wasn't there, they killed the others, guessed Yu Jianglu. We can't rule out that possibility. Yi Futian looked thoughtful. But if Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had really done this, once they were found out, it would push the Yu clan and the palace into an alliance, and they would be offending a powerful enemy. Therefore, he wasn't sure it was them. The death of the Yu clan cultivators was quite fishy. What about Saint Ji? Said Yu Jianglu. Saint Ji probably now hated the Holy Ji Palace for the battle at Jisheng Cliffs, and since Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were not willing to act, he was probably quite dissatisfied, and so had caused this to happen the Yu clan cultivators. I'm not sure. Yi Futian shook his head. This was all very confusing. Could it be that this sacred war and Emperor Xia's command had drawn out a secret holy land? If it wasn't Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, or Saint Ji, then this affair was not a simple one. Another holy land must be involved. If so, what was their goal? May we stay in the palace while we investigate this matter? Yu Jianglu asked Yi Futian. Of course, and I will put all the power of the palace to work helping you in your investigation, said Yi Futian. The people from the Yu clan had been killed after leaving the Holy Ji Palace, and it had happened in Zhongzhou City, which was their land. He was partially responsible for what had happened. Thank you, Lord Yi. Yu Jianglu bowed slightly, then said to Yu Lingshuang, how are you getting on here at the palace? Lord Yi and his wife have been most considerate, said Yu Lingshuang. Excellent. Yu Jianglu finally smiled. Yu Lingshuang looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. Lingshuang's decision to stay in the palace had helped him and had created an illusion for the people of the 9 states. The Yu clan mobilized people from their families to come to the palace and start investigating the deaths of their cultivators. This case quickly attracted the attention of many people from around the 9 states. People from the Yu clan had been assassinated. This was extremely unusual. In addition to the clear sacred war, there were apparently undercurrents in the 9 states. Chapter 943. Everyone in the 9 states paid close attention to the Holy Ji Palace and the Yu clan working together to investigate the murders of the Yu clan cultivators. Everyone in the 9 states paid close attention to the Holy Ji Palace and the Yu clan working together to investigate the murders of the Yu clan cultivators. Who had dared to do this? What was their goal? Several days later, the 2 Holy Lands discovered the site of the Yu clan cultivators' final battle. It was indeed in Zhongzhou City, but it was in a part of the city with no people. At this moment, Yi Futian and Yu Jianglu had just arrived there. There were traces of the destruction of battle there, and even some bloodstains. The last place that people had seen the cultivators was not far from here, and the investigators had followed the road to here. There was still some sealing rule power will left over, which was probably a trace left by the Yu clan cultivators. The people from the 2 Holy Lands blocked off the area. Even Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were tactful enough to not use this opportunity to move against Yi Futian. Many people suspected they were responsible for the deaths of the Yu clan cultivators. If they attacked now, it would completely force the Yu clan to run into the arms of the Holy Ji Palace. It would be disadvantageous for them to do this. There were traces of the battle, and a rule power aura was left behind, but other than the fact that they knew this was the place where the Yu clan cultivators had come to grief, there were no other clues. Yi Futian ran through his freedom meditation, looking all around the area, trying to find clues. At this time his perception was extremely sharp, and as he landed in the battle area, he felt that there was a faint aura besides the leftover sealing rule power will. "It's so cold," he whispered and then walked over to a different trace of the battle. After a while, he looked up at Yu Jianglu and said, "The aura from the battle has nearly disappeared, but there is still a bit of one left over from the battle between top-level sages. My perception is extraordinary, so I can still sense it. It seems that one person did this, and they seem to be skilled at ice rule power. There are many top-level sages in the 9 states who are good at that. Every holy land has one," said Yu Jianglu. This meant that Yi Futian's discovery did not mean too much, and it wouldn't help them find the killer. Perhaps the Yu clan cultivators had been too careless and had fallen afoul of a plot against them. They had probably never thought that someone would assassinate them. After searching for a while, Yu Jianglu said, "It looks like we won't find any more clues. Let's go back to the palace." "All right," said Yi Futian, and the group of them returned to the Holy Ji Palace. They had not found the killer, leaving the situation very clouded. However, the fact that there were Yu clan cultivators staying in the Holy Ji Palace, added to the fact that the Yu clan was working together with them, made it so that Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty did not act rashly. There had been a slaughter at Jisheng Cliffs by Yi Futian's army, and now the Yu clan had come in, upsetting their schemes. They were very unhappy about all this. But even though they were unhappy, all they could do was restrain themselves and continue to wait for a good opportunity. Saint Shihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King even felt in their hearts that Saint Ji was a gutless coward. He was lucky he was a saint, otherwise, he would have been slaughtered along with the rest of his disciples. Everyone mocked him now. He would not recover his former position in 100 years, and he now did not even have the imposing manner of a dead fish in a broken net. With Saint Ji's power, he could have slaughtered everyone in the Holy Ji Palace, and not even the 2 saints there could have stopped him. After destroying the Holy Ji Palace he would have had to avoid Emperor Xia's wrath, but that wasn't so bad compared to the alternative. Now it looked like there were 2 more potential saints among the ranks of the juniors of the Holy Ji Palace. One of them was the crown jewel of the 9 states, Yi Futian, and the other was number 1 in the 9 states forum, Yu Sheng. Of course, they thought that way, but if Saint Shihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King had done that themselves they would be not worthy of the dignity of saints. It was not easy to cultivate up to their level. There was nothing in the world more important than cultivation. If you had that, then it must be fate. If it wasn't fated, then what use was it to pursue the great path? Yi Futian returned to the Holy Ji Palace, and then took out the file pertaining to the sages and saints ranking to thumb through it. He did not look at the 72 saints but at the 81 sages. Of course, a lot of the sages in the list no longer existed, thanks to him and the Holy Ji Palace. But he still attentively looked through the rest of them. There were many people in the 9 states who were good at ice rule power, but someone who was confident enough to kill all those Yu clan cultivators by themselves must be quite powerful. And they had not given their opponents any chance to escape. Therefore, it was worth taking a look at the sages' ranking. But Yi Futian did not gain much from looking at it. Just as Yi Futian was investigating the deaths of the Yu clan cultivators, a group of uninvited guests came quietly to Zhongzhou City. Zhongzhou City was the largest city in the Barren State, and the Holy Ji Palace was located on the edge of it. At that moment, a group of cultivators moved confidently through the ancient city. They all wore a detached attitude. One of them had white hair and a ruddy complexion, and a celestial wind blew across his body. His aura poured out from him carelessly, shocking everyone who felt it. The other cultivators were incredible as well. They seemed to be looking for something as they walked along. In the center of them stood a young man wearing a beautiful brocade. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a picture scroll floating in front of him with light shining from it. This scroll was actually a map, which guided them through the city. "We should be almost there," said the middle-aged man. He looked up with bright and piercing eyes. His face was as sharp as a blade, and there was a hint of power about his form. "Where are we?" asked the young man. "In one of the 9 states, the land under Emperor Xia's jurisdiction," answered the middle-aged man. "Previously, Xia Qingyuan brought people to train in our realm. I never would have thought we would have come to Emperor Xia's realm so soon after. But I'm afraid that it will be inconvenient to act here. Keep things as inconspicuous as possible, we don't want to cause trouble," ordered the young man. Everyone nodded. They all knew the purpose of their trip. If traces of Renhuang really appeared in this remote barren state, it would be difficult to obtain the benefits. So they would try not to provoke any trouble in Emperor Xia's lands if possible. They hoped the traces of Renhuang were not hidden too deep, so they had a chance of getting their hands on them. They had paid a high price for this map. They didn't want to waste it. The floating map gradually lit up, as if it had sensed something, making everyone's eyes flash towards it sharply. It looked like they were going the right way. Not long after, they came to a large household. A palace stood there mightily. It was towering and imposing, and a real dragon's breath blew out from it. This must be one of the top forces in the region. However, there was no one there. It was completely empty. The light from the map grew brighter, but a strange look came over everyone's faces. There was no one here. Many people were walking along outside the palace, looking curiously at the group of powerful figures in the sky. Their aura was quite frightening, and they did not know where they had come from. Could they be from one of the Holy Lands? As Yi Futian had made the Holy Ji Palace's fame rise, the people of Zhongzhou City's knowledge of the world had grown as well. Now, even seeing people from a holy land did not surprise them. Up in the sky, the group of people gazed at the empty palace. It seemed like it had belonged to a clan, but they had all migrated away. There was a dragon-shaped staircase at the entrance, and a single, powerful character was engraved there, Huang. It seemed that the people who had once lived there had some connection to this character, Huang. The young man smiled when he saw this character. This was most interesting. He turned and looked at the vigorous old man. "Do you sense anything?" The old man's spiritual will was already covering the whole area. He shook his head softly and said, "This clan was quite imposing, but they were very small. Even though their family name was Huang, they weren't worthy of that title. They can't be the ones we are looking for." Everyone who heard his words felt their hearts grow cold. The palace was empty now, but it had once been the home of one of the most prominent forces in the barren state. Other than the palace, they were able to command the most power. The Huang clan of Zhongzhou City. But in the old man's mouth, they sounded like some unimportant family, not worthy of the name, Huang. But the map reacted to it. It can't be a mistake. There must be another mystery here. "Let's level the palace buildings," ordered the young man. "Yes, sir." Beside him, a well-dressed middle-aged scholar stepped forward. A terrible storm blew out from him. The winds gathered together and slashed forward like the sharpest blade in the world. The weather changed in an instant as the storm covered everything, swallowing up the mighty palace of the Huang clan. Those who were watching from afar went pale. They seemed to see the storm sweep out, each of the palace buildings uprooted, turning to dust in the raging wind that was blown far away. Soon, the storm disappeared, and when they looked at the once magnificent palace, all that was left was a ruin. A saint. Everyone's hearts beat rapidly. Why would a saint come to Zhongzhou City? Which of the Holy Lands was he from? And why had they leveled the Huang clan's palace? Could it be that they had come to attack the Holy Ji Palace? But if so, there seemed to be no reason to destroy the Huang clan's home where nobody lived. What did it mean? The young man looked at the brightening map beside him and said, "It must be here. Today, even if you have to dig down 1,000 meters, you will find it for me." "Yes, sir." Everyone beside him nodded. They had traveled far to find this place. Now they would achieve their goal. They had found the right place, how could they fail? 1. In Chinese, Huang means emperor. Chapter 944. On that day, there was an earthquake in Zhongzhou City. On that day, there was an earthquake in Zhongzhou City. In the old home of the Huang clan, the top power of Zhongzhou City, a beam of light shot up to the 9th layer of heaven. The whole city could see the light piercing through the clouds. The mighty chi cut through the sky, a natural yet extraordinary sight. The countless cultivators of Zhongzhou City looked up to the sky, and their hearts were as turbulent as the stormy seas. Then, the news swept through the ancient city. There were massive matrices beneath the Huang clan palace, and an imperial tomb was buried there. Now the matrices had been started up, and the tomb had been found. They had dug down very far, turning all the buildings nearby into rubble, and only the imperial tomb remained standing. It was said that the imperial tomb was surrounded by a sovereign aura and that they were the Renhuang ruins. The news swept throughout the barren state, and even throughout the vast land of the 9 states, causing a great disturbance. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City. At that moment, Yi Futian stood in the air above the Holy Ji Palace. Many figures appeared beside him, looking far up into the sky, which was glowing red. A magnificent tableau was presented there. Magnificent figures stood in the sky, riding dragons and surrounded by armored soldiers and chariots. They looked like they could conquer the world. This scene seemed to have been created by martial will but had been projected into the sky. They were struck dumb with amazement. What kind of level would one need to do something like this? Something had happened there. At that moment, a blade of light flashed, and Qin Zhuang appeared riding on a sword in front of Yi Futian and the others. There is a matrix under the Huang clan mansion that has been broken open. That's where that image is coming from, said Qin Zhuang to Yi Futian. Qin Zhuang was so fast that going there and coming back with the news took very little time. Beside Yi Futian, Huang Shi trembled slightly. He gazed fixedly on the image in the sky, and he had a faint feeling that it was familiar. This was clearly an illusion created by the martial cultivation of the Huang clan. Father, called Huang Jioge to Huang Shi. He walked over to his side, and his heart was clearly trembling. There was an array below the Huang clan home, and the imperial tomb had been unearthed. It was said that the Huang clan were descendants of Renhuang, which had always made them proud. But in reality, Huang Shi, who had been worn down by the years and who had killed many of the cultivators of the great Zhou sacred dynasty in battle, did not think of himself as a descendant of any damn Renhuang. But now, was God playing a joke on him? Yi Futian also looked at Huang Shi. Huang Jioge's life spirits were extraordinary. He had 3 powerful ones, the Renhuang body, the Renhuang bow, and the Renhuang sword, all of which used Renhuang's name. In the past, many people had thought that the Huang clan regarded themselves too highly. How could they be descendants of Renhuang? He was an unattainable legend. Now it seemed that the names of his life spirits were no coincidence. Most common people had no life spirits because their ancestors did not have them. Most life spirits were passed down. And now it looked like the 3 great life spirits of the Huang clan had a superhuman progenitor. Who broke open the matrix? Yi Futian asked Qin Zhuang. For many years, the Huang clan had never found the matrices beneath their home. Now that it had been broken open, they could tell that the ones who had done it were more familiar with it than they were. They were probably no ordinary people. It was a group of outsiders. Their identities are unknown, but there are several saints among them, said Qin Zhuang. Yi Futian's face became serious. If that is truly the Renhuang ruins, this will shock both the upper and lower worlds. Emperor Xia will send someone here, said Yi Futian. He did not even entertain the idea of taking up arms against them. He knew better than anyone how much strength the Holy Ji Palace had, and besides, they were already engaged in a sacred war. Even if the Renhuang ruins were there, they wouldn't fall into his hands. Besides, even if the Huang clan found them, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. The Huang family was the top force in Zhongzhou City, but that was it. Any of the holy lands of the 9 states could easily wipe them out and take the imperial tomb from them. Moreover, the 9 states were all under Emperor Xia's control. None of the holy lands of the 9 states would get any share of the Renhuang ruins unless he willed it. Huang Shi naturally thought that same as Yi Futian. A touch of coldness and unwillingness flashed in his eyes as he stared into the sky. There was no more hope in the members of the Huang clan. They no longer thought of themselves as the descendants of Renhuang, but suddenly, this day had proved that they were and that his ruins were left. But they were not entitled to a share of what he had left behind. They could not avoid a little sadness at this. "I want to go see," said Huang Shi. Those who were not of the Huang clan could probably not understand their state of mind right now. "All right." Yi Futian nodded and called everyone together. Before long, another group of powerful cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace gathered together and set off towards the Huang clan palace. With the power of the group that set out, enemies could not ambush them as they pleased. If Shihua's sacred mountain and the great Zhou sacred dynasty wanted to deal with them, they would have to lead their armies from their holy lands. More importantly, Yi Futian now had the power to protect himself, so there was not too much need for concern. The Huang clan's palace was not far from the Holy Ji Palace. After all, they were both in Zhongzhou City. Nowadays, the community that had lived in the Huang clan palace had disappeared, and they had been replaced by a vast mausoleum that spanned a great distance. One day, it had appeared out of thin air. The cultivators of Zhongzhou City had all gathered together, including the top forces. Of what had once been the top 4 forces of the city, the Huang clan and Tingxue house had entered the Holy Ji Palace, but the Shimen clan and the Thunder Courtyard had not. The cultivators of these 2 clans had also come today, and their hearts trembled at the sight of this mausoleum. The head of Shimen house wore a white robe and carried a sword on his back. Looking at the imperial tomb made him thoughtful. Nowadays, the Holy Ji Palace dominated the barren state, and their prestige was unparalleled. The power of the other top forces had been destroyed and they had entered the palace. Now they had no voice. Soon, it would be like they didn't exist at all. Nowadays, the Holy Ji Palace was the only thing that outsiders cared about in the barren state. But if a saint appeared in their family, things would be different. Shimen Hanjiang stood beside him, and his eyes shone. He had once made a name for himself in the Holy Ji Palace and had been ranked number 1 in the law rank. But the palace had already forgotten that he existed. He had always been persistent, but Yi Futian's fame had always been like a mountain pressing down on him until he couldn't breathe. At that moment, there was a confused hubbub all around and a sound could be faintly heard. "The people from the Holy Ji Palace are here." That's Yi Futian, who revitalized the palace and led the army that destroyed Jisheng Cliffs. Their voices rang out, and the Shimen house turned to look at the figures far away in the sky. The 2 in the lead stood shoulder to shoulder, one of them extraordinarily handsome with an unparalleled aura, and the other with a face that could cause cities and countries to fall. They were like a pair of immortals. Cultivators gathered around them like clouds. Shimen Hanjiang's eyes became extremely sharp, and he clenched his fists. But he had been unable to defeat the one-armed swordsman beside Yi Futian, and nowadays it would still be difficult. "Let's go." The head of Shimen house stepped forward and bowed to Yi Futian. Shimen house greets Yi Futian and his wife. Yi Futian did not look at him. He still stared at the imperial tomb that had appeared out of thin air. It was extremely majestic. It was covered in golden light. It was not an ordinary tomb but was a golden necropolis. Within the tomb were countless armored soldiers wielding golden spears. Although they were covered with dust, they still gave people a sense of solemnity, as if once this army was set in motion none could stand in its way. Huang Shi and the other members of the Huang clan were trembling with awe. This was their ancestral glory. What powerful figures their ancestors had been. When Shimen House saw the Yi Futian did not look at them, they felt greatly humiliated. Their faces turned ugly, but they did not dare to attack. The head of their family had personally greeted Yi Futian, and he had not even looked at him. Shimen Hanjiang clenched his fists and looked up at that handsome face. Yi Futian no longer even took him seriously. Yi Futian slowly looked back and swept his gaze over Shimen House. He said nothing, but they all took a step back and felt ashamed. Of course, Yi Futian ignored them. Shimen Hanjiang had left the palace when they faced a sacred war. Although he had said that he would not argue with him and that the people of the Holy Ji Palace had the right to choose, could he really be expected to let him keep face? Nowadays, Shimen House was still considered a top force in the barren state until the end of the Sacred War when power would need to be redivided. At that moment, an extremely cold killing will covered everything. Yi Futian turned and saw a figure standing calmly in the distance. There was just one figure, dressed in a black robe. His aura was extremely cold, and his killing power could not be hidden. Saint Ji, said Yi Futian. It looked like after he had led the attack on Jisheng Cliffs, Saint Ji had come to the barren state. He may have been watching their movements all along. Unfortunately, under Emperor Xia's orders, no matter how much he wanted to kill them, he could not attack them. At this time, there was a beautiful radiance in the sky, and a strong aura descended. Everyone looked up and saw a group of figures break through the clouds, descending in rays of sunlight. At their head was a figure wearing white men's clothing, but who had a face more beautiful than any woman's, making everyone who was looking a little dumbfounded. If one were to say that this looked like an immortal descending to the human world, it would not be an exaggeration. Saint Ji looked up, and when he saw who was coming, his face changed slightly, becoming a little bit unsightly. They were coming quickly. It seemed like the upper worlds were not satisfied with any great disturbances in the 9 states, and could come to deal with them in a very short time. Saint Shihua had encouraged him to act against the Holy Ji Palace in secret. Now, it seemed like if he had really done so, he would not have been able to escape. Emperor Xia's power was even greater than he had imagined. Yi Futian also looked at the figures descending from the sky. The young person who was dressed as a man and yet more beautiful than any woman was naturally Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had not cared that Yi Wuchen had taken the Renhuang sword will, since Renhuang was her father, she could sense it at any time. So although it would have been useful, there was no need for her to take it from her subordinate. But the Renhuang ruins were different. They were not comparable to the Renhuang sword will at all. Chapter 945. Outside the Imperial Mausoleum, Li Yao looked up at Xia Qingyuan as she descended from the sky. She had gotten here so quickly. Outside the Imperial Mausoleum, Li Yao looked up at Xia Qingyuan as she descended from the sky. She had gotten here so quickly. This was, after all, the land controlled by Emperor Xia, and so it was difficult not to attract his attention. He would never have thought that the moment the mausoleum appeared there would be such a strange phenomenon. Now it seemed that it would be very difficult to take control of these imperial ruins. While floating in the air, Li Yao said to Xia Qingyuan, "I trust you have been well since we last parted, princess." Xia Qingyuan looked to Li Yao. She naturally recognized him. He was a prince from Emperor Li's realm. Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm bordered each other. The lower world that Emperor Li controlled was different than the 9 states, as there was only one faction, the Dali dynasty. All the schools and families were under Emperor Li's control, and all of them could be traced back to him as the progenitor. In Cloud State, there was a holy land known as Li Palace. The people of this palace came from the Dali dynasty. Their ancestors had committed a sin and been banished, and thus had come to the 9 states. Once one of their members had reached the saint level, they had built the Li Palace in Cloud State. The Dali dynasty did not pursue this matter. After all, they had banished them, which was equivalent to breaking off their relationship with them. Li Yao, the 9 states are under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Li Yao. Her tone was cold. The last time you brought people to the Dali dynasty, we received you warmly and politely. I was the one who unearthed the imperial mausoleum. Do I not at least have the right to fight for it? Asked Li Yao with a smile. He looked at the beautiful face before him. If Xia Qingyuan would just wear women's clothing, whole cities and nations would fall before her beauty. However, it was rumored that Emperor Xia's favorite daughter had never dressed as a woman. It was said that only if someone could defeat this proud princess, would she wear a long dress and appear before him, revealing her brilliance. Xia Qingyuan ignored Li Yao, looking very indifferent. She looked at the solemn imperial mausoleum. As long as he was in Emperor Xia's realm, no matter how much right he had to fight for the mausoleum, could Li Yao do it? Go and take a look, Xia Qingyuan said to someone beside her. The Renhuang ruins were in the 9 states. This meant that they had existed since before her father ruled these lands, and had at least 1,000 years of history. Probably even Renhuang's descendants did not know of the existence of this tomb. This imperial mausoleum was buried in the ground by a matrix. The matrix was opened, and the mausoleum appeared. Now it stretches a vast distance, and even though the mausoleum has appeared, the power of the matrix is still here. Light pierces through to the 9 heavens. I'm afraid we can't get in now, you'll have to be patient, said Li Yao. Xia Qingyuan continued to ignore him as she stared at the silent mausoleum. It did indeed look like a golden city. The aura that came from it coalesced into a terrible flow of golden qi that reached up to the 9 heavens and caused the strange phenomenon that everyone in Zhongzhou city could see. Princess. The saint who had gone over to investigate returned quickly and bowed to Xia Qingyuan. The imperial mausoleum has been sealed for many years, and an extremely perilous aura has formed there that won't dissipate. Even a saint would be torn apart upon entering it. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a while before we can enter. After hearing this report, Xia Qingyuan stepped towards the imperial mausoleum, with the others following close behind. She waved her hand and suddenly a brilliant ritual implement filled with divine power went shrieking out, piercing through the air towards the tomb. The divine implement made it to the tomb, but then a stream of golden qi flowed over it, and as everyone watched in horror it flowed through the ritual implement rather than wrapping around it. Afterward, the brilliant divine implement was shattered. Everyone's hearts trembled. The perilous aura must be so powerful if it could form a qi flow that terrible. There must be something terrifying in the imperial mausoleum. Of course, there were also those whose hearts trembled at Xia Qingyuan's plan. She had casually tossed a divine implement to its destruction, and she did not so much as frown. She truly was the descendant of Renhuang. It was just like a saint throwing away a sage-level ritual implement. She did not mind at all. But divine implements were so precious in the 9 states. Many people wondered if, since this was Renhuang's tomb, there might be an imperial implement within. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they thought of this, but when they saw Xia Qingyuan they once again looked dejected. Even if there was something like that, they would not be able to get it. Only the most powerful figures in the 9 states had the right to take the most powerful divine implements. This was even more true for an imperial implement. If you didn't have the strength or the background, how could you get it? That was a dead end. The people of the Huang clan were extremely uneasy. As the current head of the clan, Huang Shi was conflicted. The Huang clan's claim that they were descendants of the sovereign family was not self-proclaimed but had been passed down to them through the generations. But as time went by, that era grew further and further away until even they did not fully believe it. But now they had discovered that it was all true. They were descendants of Renhuang, which was absolutely a cause for pride. The blood of Renhuang flowed in their veins. When they saw that the tomb's qi flow was enough to destroy a divine implement, their hearts surged. How powerful their ancestors must have been. But now they were like outsiders. They could only watch it all from the sidelines, not daring to speak up. This was the ruins of their ancestors, and it belonged to them. They were afraid that others would look at them as idiots who didn't even know how to die properly. Yi Futian looked at Huang Shi beside him. He could understand what he was feeling right now. This must be hard for him to bear. On the day that the Huang clan appears, use my blood to dye the Imperial Mausoleum map. As Huang Shi thought of his past memories, there was suddenly something like a flash of lightning in his mind, and an ancient voice appeared in the depths of his memories. This voice was just like their identity as descendants of Ren Huang. It had been passed down from generation to generation. On the day that the Huang clan appears, on the day that the Huang clan appears, this sentence repeated over and over again in Huang Shi's mind as he stared at the Imperial Mausoleum before him. His heart trembled slightly. Before, he had not known what these words meant. Now he thought he understood. He looked back at the Huang clan disciples, then at Huang Jioge, and then finally at Yi Futian. He hesitated. He had pledged his life to Yi Futian and had fought hard for the palace, but when the inheritance of his ancestors was involved, he still struggled inwardly. "Palace Lord," he said suddenly. Yi Futian looked at him questioningly. "I think that the Huang clan ancestors left something behind. I wish to return to the palace, then we can look over it together," said Huang Shi. Yi Futian looked at the Imperial Mausoleum. Had its appearance made him think of something? "Fine," he said. "Let's return to the palace." Upon saying this, he turned around. Everyone looked at him with some disappointment, but they still followed him back to the Holy Ji Palace. Once they returned, Yi Futian ordered everyone to withdraw from a hall in Holy Sage Pavilion. There were only 3 people there, him, Huang Shi, and Huang Jioge. Huang Shi had a secret to tell him, so he naturally did not want a lot of people around. "Uncle, does this have to do with the Imperial Mausoleum?" asked Yi Futian. Huang Shi nodded. "My family has passed down a clue from generation to generation. But probably because our family has declined, many things have been gradually forgotten as time passed, and we have even stopped believing some of them. I was even prepared to tell Jioge to not mention the fact that we are descendants of Ren Huang to our descendants. I thought that this was purely imaginary." "Then you must have thought of something?" asked Yi Futian. Huang Shi nodded. He waved his hand and suddenly a map scroll floated in front of him. "This is a mountain and river map, called the Imperial Map. It's a powerful ritual implement. It can be used for combat, but now it looks like that's not all." Huang Shi reached out and using his spiritual qi as a knife he cut his finger, letting the blood flow. He put his finger on the map, letting the blood stain it. But there seemed to be no change. Huang Shi frowned. The blood from his finger flowed directly onto the map, completely staining it. His spiritual qi continued to infiltrate it, and suddenly the map gradually began to change. A blood-colored light shone from it, growing brighter and brighter. The blood-red color turned to gold and soon covered the entire hall. The projection of a huge map appeared. Their hearts all beat faster as they beheld this huge map. The Imperial Mausoleum map. Yi Futian's heart trembled. It looked like the Huang clan ancestors had passed down not only the meaningless title of descendants of Ren Huang. The Imperial Mausoleum map shone brilliantly, becoming clearer and clearer in their eyes. Then it turned into a stream of light that entered into their foreheads, and the map appeared in their minds. The map was lifelike in their minds, with even some important information presented. Obviously, the Huang clan ancestors had waited for the day when their descendants could personally claim their inheritance. It was still not clear what had happened all those years ago, and why they could not directly pass their inheritance down. Perhaps at the time, they had encountered a crisis and thus did not dare to do so. Soon the brilliant map darkened and floated back to Huang Shi's hand. Yi Futian looked at him. He was moved. "Uncle, if you were to present this to Xia Qingyuan, it would be enough to make her allow Jioge to go with her to the upper worlds to cultivate. At the very least, you wouldn't have to follow me into a crisis," he said with a sigh. "I don't know Xia Qingyuan, but I do know you. With Xia Qingyuan and that strange cultivator there, it will be difficult to take the food from the tiger's mouth," said Huang Shi. The Holy Ji Palace is the #1 holy land in the 9 states, but we still don't have the power to challenge Xia Qingyuan. This turbulence in the upper and lower worlds will attract many tyrants. We can hide as much as possible, and reap the benefits of the confusion. We should not mention this to anyone, said Yi Futian. Huang Shi understood. As Yi Futian expected, over the next few days, all the cultivators waited for the perilous aura to dissipate, and cultivators from all the holy lands arrived after having heard the news. This time, almost all the holy lands were represented, including their saints. All of the powerful characters from across the 9 states met in Zhongzhou City. This many cultivators had never before appeared at once in the barren state. Countless powerful figures were gathered outside the imperial mausoleum. And not only that, but people from the upper worlds had arrived as well. They had come from the upper worlds for the imperial mausoleum. Chapter 946, Mighty people gathered outside the imperial mausoleum where the royalty used to be. Everyone from Zhongzhou City gathered there. It was some grand event they deemed necessary to attend, given how the representatives from holy lands from all over the 9 states were there. Mighty people gathered outside the imperial mausoleum where the royalty used to be. Everyone from Zhongzhou City gathered there. It was some grand event they deemed necessary to attend, given how the representatives from holy lands from all over the 9 states were there. The barren state never had an event as massive and as grand. Some of those who came from top-notch clans and forces even dreamed that members of their clan from the younger generations would be lucky enough to catch the attention of the elders and big shots from said holy lands and be taken in as students. Xia Qingyuan sat at the top of a restaurant quietly, surrounded by mighty figures. Top-notch figures from holy lands from all over the 9 states were literally everywhere beneath her. Even Saint Xia himself was present, as well as Saint Li from the 9 State College and Saint Ji from the Hall of Holy Light. Those 3 were 3 most powerful on the rankings, right below the Great Shaman and Ji Yuan the Reaper, and all 3 were there. It was a testament to how significant and grand the event was. Saint Shihua, the Zhou Sacred King, and many others were naturally there as well. Xia Qingyuan's identity was common knowledge now, the princess who was most doted upon by Emperor Xia, and she came all the way to the lower worlds. As such, none of the top figures saw a reason to not show up. Other than that, all saints throughout the 9 states wanted to move forward with their training. Not even the saints would easily be able to meet Emperor Xia. With the imperial mausoleum revealed to the world and the rumor about it being a ruin of Renhuang, it was all the more reason for the attendees to explore the place. While there was no certainty that they would be able to return home with something, especially with Xia Qingyuan around, they did not see that to be good enough a reason to miss the event. Other than that, everyone brought the best among the younger generations of their respective clans and forces, especially those who had been listed by Xia Qingyuan as heavenly chosen ones. Getting familiar with the princess would benefit their future in many ways, and the members of the younger generations who got lucky would definitely be able to go further than their predecessors. The princess is here in the lower worlds as the supervising inspector. The Renhuang ruins were found as soon as she got here. It sure looks like the princess has a knack for bringing luck with her, Saint Xia said with a smile. Peril awaits in the imperial mausoleum. It's not yet known if the emergence of the place is a good or bad thing just yet, Xia Qingyuan said. If it had been something left behind by Renhuang, it was anything but simple and straightforward. With the people of many holy lands gathered here today and the blessing of your luck on all of us, the perils will be insignificant in comparison. We shall enter the mausoleum once that part of the place is clear, Saint Xia said. Are all holy lands throughout the 9 states here today? From what I can tell, there are some who are not yet here. A group of people was sitting not far away from Xia Qingyuan. These words were uttered by a woman with an exceptional bearing and striking appearance. Many, including Saint Xia, turned around to look at the woman, who looked elegant and aloof. She was from the upper worlds, and because she was able to sit near the princess, her status was just as exceptional as her features. Few saints from the upper worlds came. Most who were present from the upper worlds were of the younger generations. It was not to say that they had no personal agendas with the mausoleum, but given how the princess was there, it was puzzling as to what else they could be doing. Fight with Xia Qingyuan over the place. Who dares to do something like that? The older generations from the upper worlds were reluctant to just come and make Xia Qingyuan look good, as the old monsters were all prideful people, unlike Saint Xia, who was an amiable old fellow. Regardless of how exceptional Xia Qingyuan was, she was just the daughter of Emperor Xia, and that was far less than enough to put the old monsters in their place. Only Emperor Xia's direct subordinates were willing to follow her. For instance, the few besides Xia Qingyuan all definitely had exceptional powers. Saint Xia looked at the woman who had spoken. He knew that she came from Lihan Heaven of the upper worlds, which was the #1 holy land in terms of swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. What are you referring to? Saint Xia asked with a smile. This place seems to be the turf of the barren state of the 9 states. Why is the lord of the state not here? The woman was Feng Shao from Lihan Heaven, the student of Lihan Heaven who had made Yi Futian at the 9th layer of heaven, which meant that the man by her side was Mo Li. Saint Xia naturally knew what she meant. She had sent people to look into what Yi Futian had done in the upper worlds. It was hardly surprising that she knew Yi Futian, but the ones from other holy lands of the 9 states were left feeling puzzled instead. How does someone from the upper worlds know that the master of the barren state isn't here? Saint Xia took a look at Xia Qingyuan. Her cold expression showed no signs of her being fettered. A face came to mind, an impossibly arrogant face who dared to refuse her twice. All major representatives of the holy lands of the 9 states were all there, except those of the barren state. Furthermore, they were precisely somewhere within the barren state. It was a testament of how pompous Yi Futian was. He had never bothered bowing and greeting her when he last saw her and had left just like that. Many drank silently, listening to Feng Shao talk about the barren state. That guy from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. Since when did he know anything about manners? He had refused Xia Qingyuan after all. That bastard Yi Futian. He actually dared to refuse you, the princess, and didn't bother with manners. I'll send someone to get him here right away, Saint Xia shouted and spoke to one person beside him telepathically, who stepped away and took their leave, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. Saint Xia was feeling rather exasperated. They were at the barren state at the moment and it was a golden opportunity for Yi Futian. He could have even invited the princess to visit the Holy Ji Palace. Regardless of whether she would have agreed to it, it was required of him as a host to be connected with the princess in some ways. That bastard sure has his way of offending people. The princess asked for him to follow her for further training and he refused. The princess came all this way to the barren state and he didn't even bother showing up. That is, I want to beat that bastard up so bad. Why do you see the need to do that, Saint Xia? Saint Ji jested sarcastically. He went to wipe out Jisheng cliffs and that is something no sage dared to do. And you actually see any use of talking about manners to him? Kong Yao and Saint Ji sat somewhere with a cold expression. Saint Ji drank with cold eyes and Kong Yao behaved in a similarly cold manner. His murderous intent shot to the heavens when he caught wind of the news that Yi Futian had wiped Jisheng cliffs out. That insignificant punk all those years ago dared pull off something like that? The Holy Ji Palace was in the middle of a sacred war and Jisheng cliffs was about to join in the fray. Are you saying that the Holy Ji Palace should have just rolled over without doing anything? The Moon Saint added calmly. Saint Ji turned his very sharp eyes at the Moon Saint and smirked as he answered, I heard that you sent a girl from your clan into the Holy Ji Palace as a concubine. What generosity you've there indeed. But I seem to recall that he has yet to agree to it. Saint Ji was ranked 5th on the saint ranking, which meant that he had little need to care about the feelings of anyone else. He did not see anything wrong with taking a jab at the Moon Saint like that. The Moon Saint's face turned cold. Saint Ji did not only take a jab at the Moon Saint but also attempted to ruin the relationship between the Yu clan and Yi Futian with just one line. Palace Lord Yi is married and he might have refused the proposal on accounts of the girl's status as a daughter of the Yu clan. By the way, I've heard that Palace Lord Yi and his wife are a match made in heaven who have been through thick and thin together. Maybe he really is that loyal to his wife, the glass saint elaborated in good fun. Her smile was dazzlingly beautiful, so much so that the Zhou sacred king went on to take a good look at her. Saint Ji's expression remained cold. He had no appreciation for beautiful women and the glass saint's charm had little sway over him. He had warned the glass saint once and it seemed that the woman paid no heed to his words, getting rather close to Yi Futian instead. Hearing the conversation between them all, Feng Shao and the others from the upper worlds recalled how insufferably arrogant Yi Futian had been at the Jiutian temple, getting to know the guy who seemed to see himself above everything. He was only an upper-level mage, but even saints split into factions over him. It was no wonder why he had deemed himself peerless in the 9 states, as he was actually that renowned in the 9 states. I heard that Yi Futian of the Barren State is peerless in the 9 states. There are many from holy lands all over the 9 states who were out with the princess for further training and are listed as heavenly chosen ones. Is it true that none of his peers are able to surpass him? Feng Shao asked. Those who had been titled heavenly chosen ones were all there. Peerless in the 9 states. A voice speaking with an ironic tone was heard. A beautiful woman added, "My husband was one who beat him." Feng Shao turned to look at the woman who spoke. It was Zhou Zi, the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, who became Lu Zong's wife. Lu Zong was sitting right beside Zhou Zi. Many in the lower portion of the restaurant took a great interest in the conversation. None of those people up there had bothered lowering their volume, and all in Zhongzhou City were able to clearly hear them discussing Yi Futian. They never expected the leader of their barren state had become someone who was the talk of big shots of both the lower and upper worlds, many of whom were saints. The phenomenon itself was deemed a kind of honor. No common, average folk would have been qualified enough to get talked about like that. The people of Zhongzhou City doubted Zhou Zi's claim about Lu Zong being able to beat the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. They knew little of the battles that had taken place in Shihua's sacred mountain, but it was not like they knew nothing at all. Can Lu Zong actually beat Yi Futian? Is that so? Feng Shao caught the look of pride in Zhou Zi's eyes. She then turned her eyes to Lu Zong, who was right beside his wife. Lu Zong looked at Feng Shao as well. The woman from the upper worlds had a far more striking appearance than his wife. He felt rather surprised at how Feng Shao came to know who Yi Futian was. So even people from the upper worlds came to hear about Yi Futian as well. The battle back in Shihua Sacred Mountain was but a friendly match. No wins or loses accounted for. Lu Zong smiled and nodded at Feng Shao, looking rather humble. Feng Shao took a look at Lu Zong and said, "Well, that is to mean that you got the upper hand in that battle. If any of his peers are capable of beating him, I could introduce and recommend them to train in Lihan Heaven, the #1 force for swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm." If there was someone who was able to defeat that one person, who had been able to make it all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven and completely overwhelm her younger brother in training, Pei Qianying, there was no problem of getting said someone into Lihan Heaven at all. Many gasped. The #1 force in swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm, eh? They were rather curious as to why the woman believed in Yi Futian's powers so firmly. What was it that made her do so? Did she actually witness Yi Futian's fights? Other than the ones from the upper worlds, only Saint Xia and the Glass Saint had an idea as to why. Many in the lower portion of the restaurant felt rather antsy after hearing all that but soon felt dejected after the thought of Yi Futian's fame came to mind. He was one who lived up to his reputation, and Yi Futian was currently a legendary figure throughout the 9 states. There was no way he could have been weak. Those people continued to chat away. Sometime later, a group of people came. The one who took the lead looked extraordinarily dashing, catching the eyes of everyone present in an instant. The fame of said person was one that overshadowed even saints in the 9 states. Yi Futian took his people from the Holy Ji Palace there and arrived at the restaurant, before walking up to Xia Qingyuan and cupping his hands. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Greetings, Princess. As Xia Qingyuan had come all the way as a princess, he, as a palace lord, was naturally required to come and greet her. With even Saint Xia getting someone to fetch him, there was simply no reason for him not to show up. Saint Xia, who was watching from the side, felt very much like beating him up for being so carefree and nonchalant. Is it so hard to just bow to the princess? Chapter 947, Xia Qingyuan glared at the youth who was standing not far away. He had refused her invitation twice, and now, he had only cupped his hands and greeted her in a nonchalant manner. In both the lower and upper worlds, not even saints would behave as flippantly as he did with her. Xia Qingyuan glared at the youth who was standing not far away. He had refused her invitation twice, and now, he had only cupped his hands and greeted her in a nonchalant manner. In both the lower and upper worlds, not even saints would behave as flippantly as he did with her. Feng Shao of Lihan Heaven's eyes narrowed and glared at Yi Futian as well. None whom she had seen around during her training at Lihan Heaven had been anyone less than an extremely formidable figure. However, Yi Futian had definitely been the most prideful of all that she had seen. He had been throwing his weight around at the Jiutian Temple's 9th layer of heaven and crippled Pei Qianying. Some swordsmen from Lihan Heaven at Feng Xiao's side looked on with daring gazes. None of them bothered to conceal the sword wills shooting out of their eyes, and they apparently resented him for what happened at Jiutian Temple. Other than that, everyone from the Holy Lands throughout the 9 states all turned to look at Yi Futian. Some snickered while some wore a bitter smile deep down. This fellow is really stubborn, proud asshole. However, there was no other like Yi Futian throughout the vast 9 states. Yi Futian, the imperial mausoleum appeared within the barren state's territory. The princess and all saints from the 9 states are here, yet you, as a host, simply throw your weight around, showing up only after I sent someone to look for you. Seeing how Xia Qingyuan was saying nothing while Yi Futian simply stood and looked at him, Saint Xia cursed under his breath and had to say something to break the awkward silence. You're being too kind, Saint Xia. It is due precisely to the imperial mausoleum appearing and that the princess and every one of the saints are here that I dare not join the fray in order to avoid any misunderstandings. So I thought it'd be best that I stay out of this and let the princess take it, Yi Futian said. Saint Xia looked at Yi Futian, gasping in fright. What is this shithead up to now? Xia Qingyuan glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Let me take it. Everyone else snickered as they looked at Yi Futian. While the saints who had appeared looked to be on amicable terms with each other, and all seemed to look as if they would simply let the princess take everything within the ruins, not daring to fight her over anything, in truth, everyone had their own thoughts about what was inside. They simply did not want to burst the bubble like that. However, Yi Futian simply spoke his mind, telling everyone that while he had thoughts, Xia Qingyuan was the princess and that he dared not fight her. Is he trying to retreat for the sake of advancing here? Does he think that the princess is stupid? Xia Qingyuan knew well that Yi Futian was simply agitating her. If you can get into the imperial mausoleum and take whatever without me noticing, whatever you take shall be yours. Xia Qingyuan's voice sounded cold and aloof. She knew Yi Futian deliberately said what he said, yet she simply played along. However, in the eyes of all who were present, she was just as prideful as Yi Futian was. I dare not do so, Yi Futian replied loudly. Is there anything you dare not do? Xia Qingyuan jabbed sarcastically at him. In that case, I sincerely thank you for your generosity, Princess, Yi Futian said while Saint Shihua and the Zhou Sacred King glanced at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Yi Futian behaved in an extremely disrespectful manner to the princess. However, the princess, who was just as arrogant, wanted to play his game nonetheless. It became apparent that Yi Futian's bold and haughty personality left quite an impression on the princess. Yi Futian excused himself and greeted Saint Xia, Saint Li, and other seniors. Saint Xia glared ferociously at him. This asshole really knows no bounds. He actually dared play the princess like that. The glass saint, who was at the side, looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said to him telepathically, "Some guts you've got. But if you were to truly enter the imperial mausoleum, it'd be more than just between you and her. Many here came specifically for you after all. Getting in there won't be as easy as you think." Yi Futian looked up at the glass saint and nodded with a smile. He then replied telepathically, "Thank you, Sister Glass Saint, for the reminder. I'll be careful." But with the princess around, even if someone were to actually do something, they wouldn't dare to do it themselves and break the rules. "What did you call me?" The glass saint was caught by surprise by how Yi Futian addressed her. She looked at Yi Futian with an intrigued expression. This kid is really getting more and more out of line just because he is now familiar with me. He actually calls me sister. Like the princess herself put it, is there anything this fellow won't do? Well, you're like a goddess, glass saint, soft-spoken and able to put people at ease all the time. I find it weird to keep addressing you as elder or senior, and sister sounds better. If you happen to find this to be out of place, I shall address you as elder or senior going forward, Yi Futian replied telepathically. The glass saint looked at Yi Futian with a smile. This fellow is not only extremely talented in cultivation, but is really good with words as well. Yi Futian's explanation simply made it impossible for her to chastise him for it, and it seemed that sister did indeed sound better. The glass saint glared at Yi Futian but did not berate him. Yi Futian knew what that meant and smiled. With that, their relationship had gotten somewhat closer. Calling her senior glass saint did make it sound like they were strangers after all. Seeing the glass saint flashing such a brilliant smile, the sacred king traced her line of sight and found Yi Futian. It was apparent that both of them were conversing telepathically. The sacred king's eyes turned extremely cold, shooting pointed, unconcealed murderous intent at Yi Futian. The beef between him and Yi Futian was very serious. Yi Futian naturally noticed the sacred king's eyes and returned a look at him, looking indifferent. It was not the first day that the sacred king thought about killing him. If the sacred king was permitted to do so, he would not have had hesitated to end Yi Futian right on the spot. Hua Jieyu smiled and stepped on her husband's foot as if to remind the guy that his wife was right by his side. A figure was seen descending onto the restaurant, arriving beside Xia Qingyuan. He said in a low voice, "Princess, the perilous aura lingers, similar to tying something with a steel rope across the river and sealing the whole place down. It works like a matrix and we probably cannot live until the aura is dispersed. However, the perilous aura is a hollow one. The aura within the place is not that strong. The people from Dali are about to enter the imperial mausoleum." Xia Qingyuan took a look at the place far away before standing up. She had a slender body and her skin was as white as snow. Her face impeccably chiseled yet looked very cold. She flashed and left the restaurant quickly, heading for the imperial mausoleum. If even Li Yao of the Dali dynasty was getting ready to enter the mausoleum, there was no way that she could have stayed behind any longer. They were at Emperor Xia's realm and Li Yao came all the way there despite knowing that his chances were slim. That meant that he intended to simply get in there before anyone else. If it was something that Li Yao dared to do, it would not have been something that she would shirk from. As Xia Qingyuan took her leave, one figure after another took to the air, heading for the imperial mausoleum. They all wore solemn looks and it was apparent that they knew what was about to happen. The imperial mausoleum was Renhuang ruins, which meant that it harbored thousands of possibilities. No one knew what they would be up against. They knew that the perilous aura was capable of reducing holy items to dust, a testament of its ferocity. Many came outside the imperial mausoleum soon enough. They all saw slivers of the perilous aura hanging in the air before them, coalescing into an extremely frightening perilous light in the air, shrouding the mausoleum like a city. Likening the scene to something being bound with a steel rope, held across a river, as the imperial mausoleum was cut off from air around it. However, the perilous aura dwindled considerably at lower ground, as if most of it had coalesced in midair. It was a truly baffling and peculiar phenomenon. The mighty ones from the Dali dynasty had entered the mausoleum. What was terrifying was, however, that once they stepped into the place, the armored soldiers within the mausoleum seemed to have come alive, blocking their way. It was apparent that it was not easy to enter the imperial mausoleum. A mystical sight indeed. So is this mausoleum army all going to come alive or something? Yi Futian asked as he saw what was happening in the mausoleum. Huang Shi and Huang Jiuge looked with solemn expressions. All of that within was left behind by their ancestors. Puppet Guardians, the Glass Saint, who was not far away, said. It was truly mystical indeed, as one would have expected from someone like Ren Huang. Yi Futian turned around and took a look at the Glass Saint. There were a few more people behind her. He knew Goddess Qingni, yet there was another whose appearance rivaled Goddess Qingni's. She was dressed in plain clothes and had brows like a crescent moon. She exuded a plain, cold air about her. It was as if it was something she was born with. What are you looking at, Palace Lord Yi? The Glass Saint smiled and said, Sister Glass Saint, does the lapis lazuli holy temple consist only of goddesses? Many sported peculiar expressions after hearing Yi Futian addressing the Glass Saint as Sister Glass Saint. Many saints around them turned around to look at Yi Futian. He actually called her that. Even Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with an amused expression. He apparently was not afraid of anything, daring to address the saint like that. It seemed that he had addressed her in such a manner during the telepathic conversation they had earlier. He had only dared to do so in public because the Glass Saint did not chastise him. Greetings, Palace Lord Yi, my name is Yuechan, the woman beside the Glass Saint said to Yi Futian. Yuechan. Yi Futian sported a puzzled expression as he recalled a name on the sage and saint rankings. Jiang Yuechan of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, the eldest student of the Glass Saint. You're welcomed, Goddess Yuechan. Yi Futian returned the courtesy while taking a good look at her, before turning his eyes away and focusing on the imperial mausoleum. Let's get inside. Xia Qingyuan's voice was heard as she stepped inside the mausoleum right away. Li Yao and his men were already inside the place. There was no way they could have just stayed outside any longer. Xia Qingyuan stepped into the mausoleum first and everyone followed suit. They felt the dangerous aura everywhere as soon as they stepped into the place. The air above seemed to have been completely sealed off, and there was probably no one who could have descended from above. The imperial mausoleum, which looked like an ancient city, had an entrance at the front like city gates. Puppets lined up there, guarding the place. Every single one of those puppets exuded perilous aura in different levels, making them incredibly formidable. Let's go. Xia Qingyuan took the lead and did not bother having anyone scout ahead, walking straight inside without fear. The puppets shot straight at her, exuding terrifying aura and lashing out with the spears in their hands at her. The violent aura burst as they launched at her. Xia Qingyuan felt that their aura did not seem all that strong. She simply pointed with one finger. The burst of power felt like the rivers of heaven had reversed its flow and turned into a terrifying torrent, tearing the perilous aura into shreds and bombarding the puppets. Boom! A loud boom was heard and the puppets exploded, showing how powerful one simple strike from Xia Qingyuan had been. There were guardians behind Xia Qingyuan, who, naturally, would not allow her to be injured. Seeing how the princess made her move, everyone came forward. Yi Futian did the same and entered the mausoleum with everyone else. Saint Ji and Kong Yao followed behind Yi Futian. Many mighty ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty kept a close eye on him as they entered. Chapter 948, Yi Futian naturally saw Saint Ji and the others. With the ongoing sacred war, if they were able to get anything from the imperial mausoleum, those people definitely would not hesitate to kill him there. Yi Futian naturally saw Saint Ji and the others. With the ongoing sacred war, if they were able to get anything from the imperial mausoleum, those people definitely would not hesitate to kill him there. To those people, it was a chance like none other. He spent most of his time training in the Holy Ji Palace, and the place had matrices laid everywhere. If anyone wanted to attack the place, it would have been far more difficult than moving against him in the mausoleum. The mighty ones from the barren states surrounded Yi Futian, apparently guarding him against the ones from the three holy lands. Let's go. Yi Futian moved forward. There were many puppets coming at them in the mausoleum, and they seemed to have come alive as soon as they stepped into the place. Qin Zhuang and the others stood at the front armed with swords. The puppets were cut down by space tears from the swords. However, Qin Zhuang then said, the place was put under lockdown by the perilous aura, making it an independent space completely cut off from the outside. Yi Futian nodded as he felt so as well. The upper part of the mausoleum was filled with perilous aura, cutting them off from the outside world and affecting their powers. Cultivators used their powers by communicating and resonating with the power of their surroundings. If they were unable to do so, they would be forced to rely on the stock within their bodies to do so. While the skills used might be just as powerful, it was incredibly taxing and their powers would be severely weakened. Those who did not train in martial arts would be affected even further, as their spiritual powers were rendered almost useless. Conserve your powers and let the martial artists attack, Yi Futian said. Qin Zhuang and Yuan Hong opened the path for the others. Sword flashes cut down every obstacle while Yuan Hong's golden body stepped through the air with overbearing might, toppling everything in its path and putting down countless puppets. At that moment, there were saints absorbing the powers of their surroundings in a frenzy, like a whale. Terrifying storms of spiritual qi whipped up in the mausoleum as they attempted to hog all of the spiritual qi within for themselves. It was apparent that the saints also found that the limitations imposed by the mausoleum had affected their powers as well. Spiritual qi within the 1,000-mile-wide mausoleum reversed as they were absorbed by the saints, making the spiritual qi concentration within the place increasingly thin. Many had trouble even sensing the presence of spiritual qi, making it immensely difficult for invoking the powers of their surroundings. A lot of mighty ones felt out of place in such an environment. They looked up at the golden space within perilous aura ebbing. It felt a boat being affixed in the middle of a river by steel ropes. The great ceiling matrix-like construct sealed the imperial mausoleum within. Yi Futian felt rather dejected and thought it was a pity not having his teacher around. It would have been a considerable edge for them if his teacher, who had achieved sainthood through considerable martial and physical feats, were in there with them. Boom! At that moment, Yi Futian's body worked like running thunder, throwing a punch at a puppet and destroying it as he continued to press forward, sprinting within the imperial mausoleum. He was not the only one to do so. All of the mighty ones were moving incredibly quickly without stopping. The puppets out to get in their way stood no chance of stopping them. However, the puppets that came had gotten increasingly powerful. There was a terrifying storm of will coming at them from the front at the moment. Xia Qingyuan and her people were the fastest as they arrived at a flatland somewhere at the front. There was a golden staircase at the forefront and there was already a silhouette standing at the top. It was a huge puppet holding a spear, whipping up terrifying storms around it and coming at the crowd beneath. Terrifying illusions appeared around them and an army of puppets came down at them. There were even golden carriages on a rampage. The huge puppet seemed like a general of an army of thousands. Huang Shi saw the scene before him and clenched his fists. Despite his training level, his eyes were red. That was the method that they, the sovereign family, trained in. Its power was immense in the hands of their ancestors, so much so that even when they were buried in the mausoleum, they will still reach the heavens and remained intact throughout the ages. Be it saints or sages, they all had to halt before such powers. Li Yao and his people moved forward slowly at the front. A middle-aged man held a long blade in his hand, drawing straight sword gash in the air. However, the immense will of the heavens remained unfettered, forcing them to move on foot one step at a time. Yi Futian and the others naturally felt the terrifying force of the martial will. Furthermore, the stronger one's training was, the greater the force felt. Sages and saints were all halted and forced to move forward slowly. He sensed the immense will sweeping about and stood before Hua Jieyu and slowly stepped forward. Despite being pressured by the immense martial will, he remained unmoved. One puppet after another crashed at him and they crumbled one after another. Huang Jiuge was at his side, casting similar martial will as he moved forward, feeling the rush deep in his mind. He wondered if he would ever see the day where he would have been able to command armies with only his will, stopping all manner of saints and sages in their tracks. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard and Yi Futian felt his heart race. Someone from the Holy Ji Palace was seen spitting blood. Their face ashen and their steps completely halted. That mighty one from the Holy Ji Palace was a sage from the Battle Sage Palace and had considerable power. They were attacked by someone standing not far away from where they stood. It was none other than Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs, a sage ranked 9th on the sage ranking. Kong Yao was clad in divine implement armor and emanated terrifying martial rules will. He brought unparalleled offensive powers to bear with every step he took while resisting the storm as if a divine elephant had stomped on the ground. The mighty ones from all over the barren state stopped, their expressions extremely cold. One who was ranked 9th on the sage ranking was not someone to be trifled with. The Sword Saint had only been able to fight toe-to-toe with him back then by cranking his powers to the pinnacle by using the demonic blade. Presently, Kong Yao was still confident that no one would be able to stand against him if it was a one-on-one fight. In the Imperial Mausoleum, matrix powers were difficult to conjure, and as such, it was the perfect timing to attack. Kong Yao was not alone. 3 formidable sages of the great Zhou sacred dynasty ranked on the sage ranking, Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Nie Gai, had all closed in on Yi Futian and his people, ready to kill him on the spot. Other than them, the ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain made their move as well. They were Zhong Kuei, a sage who ranked among the top 20 of the sage ranking, and Li Daoqiu, an immense talented talent whose importance in the Shihua Sacred Mountain was second only to Lu Zong. Shihua Sacred Mountain had 3 figures ranked on the sage ranking before, but the Rain Saint had been able to achieve sainthood in the battle of proving holiness in the upper worlds, giving birth to the 3rd saint of Shihua Sacred Mountain. As such, there was one more saint of theirs on the saint ranking while one less sage on the sage ranking. It was truly the first time Shihua Sacred Mountain acted against the people of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. They apparently did not bother concealing their motives anymore. The raising of Jisheng Cliffs by Yi Futian's men was a testament to the man's ferocity. If he was not taken out soon, it would be too late when he became far more powerful. With how things were presently, even if the ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain were to do nothing against him, they would have already earned his ire all the same. With 6 sages ranked on the sage ranking of the 9 states and other top-notch figures present at the same time, it became apparent that they intended to finish off Yi Futian and his men as soon as they entered the Imperial Mausoleum and save them of further troubles. The Moon Saint said as everyone saw what happened, "Today is the day where the princess brought us all in to explore the Imperial Mausoleum. What are Saint Shihua and the Sacred King trying to do here? The princess has long known of the feud between us, so we'll just let the young ones duke it out. We'll just keep pressing forward," Saint Shihua said plainly and continued to move in the storm, not batting an eye at the battles taking place at his rear. Xia Qingyuan did not turn her eyes in their direction and she kept pressing forward. She had little concern over the feud between the 9 states' holy lands. The Sword Saint, Qin Zhuang, Yuan Hong, and many other mighty ones halted their steps and walked to the rear. In a space where everyone was taking on immense pressure, no one expected their enemy to make a move at that time. People of somewhat weaker training were unable to fight in such a state. If they were attacked during such a time, they would probably die. As such, both Saint Shihua and the Sacred King mobilized the best of their forces, as they were very much needed on this trip. Those who were with Yi Futian in the mausoleum were the absolute elite forces within the Holy Ji Palace. They consisted of the most powerful of sages in their holy land. "Continue pressing forward, little brother," the Sword Saint said. His blade was drawn and demonic will was activated, sweeping the sealed space about them. Demonic light shot forth and manifested as terrifying blade will, heading towards the mighty ones. Other than him, Yang Xiao, Qin Zhuang, and some top-notch figures stopped as well, turning to face the top forces from both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It was an enemy they had to deal with right there and then. Where are you going? Some other mighty ones walked out as well. There were many formidable mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty present. 3 holy lands joining hands against 1 holy Ji palace. Some expense indeed, the Moon Saint said plainly, then said to Yu Jianglu and the others, stay behind and see what the sages of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Dynasty are capable of. Will do. Yu Jianglu nodded. Another group of mighty ones emerged and joined the fight. Mighty ones from the Yu clan were assassinated in the barren state and their true culprit had yet to be found. As such, they saw fit to join the fray and see what would happen. Thank you, Senior, Yi Futian said to the Moon Saint. Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King looked rather glum. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple is a holy land of the eastern state as well. Get down there and test your mettle, the Glass Saint said to her people. Many mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple moved forward and joined the fray. 3 holy lands, the Yu clan, the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and the Holy Ji Palace, joined hands, and both the opposing holy lands lost their edge altogether. Jisheng Cliffs only had Kong Yao left after all. However, Jiang Yuechan, who was beside the Glass Saint, had no intention of making a move, sticking close to the Glass Saint. Thank you, Sister Glass Saint, Yi Futian smiled and said. With the help of the other 2 holy lands, their powers were more than even to that of their enemies. Boosting your powers forcefully through reverse demonic means, eh? I'll see how powerful you've gotten compared to all those years ago. Kong Yao stepped forward and his divine elephant stomped the ground, bringing immense pressure to the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint was wrapped in an intense demonic blade. He lifted his demonic blade and burst with a tremendous blade will, cutting down the shadow of the divine elephant coming at him. Big brother and seniors, be careful, Yi Futian said as he continued pressing forward. The Imperial Mausoleum map was clear in his mind and they had yet to reach the center of the mausoleum. The Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple joined hands, so the battles would not have been much a problem. As such, he had to keep up with the others from the other holy lands. He accelerated all of a sudden, tearing through the pressing martial will. The puppets were sent flying from his immense speed. The saints walked in the front. The Zhou Sacred King turned his eyes to the Glass Saint by his side, saying, you know, the position of Queen of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty has remained open for you. Why do you need to hold what happened all those years ago against me? The Glass Saint continued to wear a plain, warm smile as she turned her eyes to the Sacred King. Her words were like blades. Zhou Jiming, I won't rest until you're dead. The Sacred King looked at the most beautiful face in the eastern state and said, I built the Lapis Lazuli Palace at my place specifically for you. The Glass Saint's eyes turned even colder and the cold emanating from her was frightening. Those around them looked at the 2 saints and thought that they finally dropped their facade. Chapter 949. All from the 9 states had heard of the Sacred King's infatuation with the Glass Saint and that he had been chasing after her since young. However, the true feud between both figures was only known to the older generations who had been training for a long time, as well as people of the eastern state. It went all the way back to the decline of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the rise of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. All from the 9 states had heard of the Sacred King's infatuation with the Glass Saint and that he had been chasing after her since young. However, the true feud between both figures was only known to the older generations who had been training for a long time, as well as people of the eastern state. It went all the way back to the decline of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the rise of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple seemed to be on friendly terms and had maintained peace for many years. In actuality, however, the relations between the Holy Lands of the Nine States were rather peculiar and complicated. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty had been the absolute force in all of the eastern state once upon a time. The rise of both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had taken considerable influence from the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. There was no way that there was no beef between them. However, their temperaments as saints were exceptional. No one would have been able to guess what was really going on when all of them sat at the same table. But then again, with the ongoing sacred war, the old scores were dug out as well. The alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty involved terms regarding the Glass Saint. The two forces were moved against the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. They would not have yielded the Holy Ji Palace to Jisheng Cliffs just like that otherwise. All three Holy Lands had their own agendas, and the Zhou Sacred Kings involved the Glass Saint and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Similarly, the Glass Saint had chosen to turn against the Zhou Sacred King and take Yi Futian's side not only because she admired Yi Futian's talents. She was doing it because she knew well that if the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State were to fall under the alliance of the three Holy Lands, the Zhou Sacred King would come for her next. It was not just a year or two that the Sacred King had been eyeing her. Many had little idea of what happened in the eastern state a very long time ago, and they stared at the two saints with puzzled eyes. The two saints, who stood at the pinnacle of the eastern state, turned hostile against each other in an instant, and the language used was extremely unflinching and pointed. The Sacred King said that he had built a Lapis Lazuli palace within the royal palace of the Sacred Dynasty, specifically for the Glass Saint, while the Glass said that she would not rest until the Sacred King was dead. The ones around them were puzzled as to what that meant. Yi Futian shot a puzzled look at their direction as well, and came to realize something. The Barren State had been isolated from the Nine States for too long to know much about what happened in the eastern state. It was something that not even the elders of the Barren State would have known, and there was no way Yi Futian would have known as well. He only heard that the Zhou Sacred King has had a thing for the number one beauty of the eastern state, the Glass Saint, for a long time, and that it had been so since they were young. The Glass Saint's expression turned even colder after hearing that the Sacred King had built her a Lapis Lazuli palace in the royal palace, losing all the warmth and beauty that she usually had. She exuded intense murderous intent and her hair billowed. An extremely cold will burst from her as she stepped forward, freezing her surroundings, seemingly about to freeze the perilous aura in the imperial mausoleum as well. She did not tangle with the Sacred King any further and continued to move forward. The mighty ones led by Xia Qingyuan and Li Yao at the forefront rushed at the huge puppet at the top of the stairs at the moment. A flash of sword seemingly shot out of nowhere and a strike from the palm blocking the sky, heading straight for the huge puppet, destroying it. The sweeping pressure disappeared in an instant, and all straightened themselves up as they moved. The Sacred King walked beside the Glass Saint and did not care about the coldness being exuded from her. He intended to walk abreast with her. He then said, "I know that it is hard for you to put what happened all those years ago behind us and it affected your thoughts. I, too, have never forgotten you all these years. If you're able to let go of your obsession and become my queen, we will be able to reach further heights by training together. You and me once stood at the top of Eastern State and we were known to be a match made in heaven. I, Zhou Jiming, reigned supreme among a generation in the Eastern State, and you were the only one who was able to stand by my side. Many wished for us to become a couple like none other." The disgust within the Glass Saint's cold eyes was even more intense than it had been before. She was born into a renowned clan of the Eastern State, and she reigned supreme in both talent and appearance. The Lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had held her in great regard when she was young, taking her into the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and making her a personal student. It had been something that shook the Eastern State all those years ago. She had been engaged back then, and her fiancé had been an extremely well-known genius as well. Their families had been friends for generations and it seemed that they were truly a match made in heaven. But then again, while they might have been of great renown, they still paled in comparison to the prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, who was known everywhere, Zhou Jiming. The lapis lazuli Holy Temple's lord intended to take her as a personal student after she became famous, and that attracted Zhou Jiming's attention. He began to pursue her madly after he first saw her, asking for her hand in marriage from her family, intending to make her his queen. However, the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was actually at odds with the lord of the lapis lazuli Holy Temple back then. Their feud ran very deep. The very reason why the great Zhou sacred dynasty had taken notice of her was because of said feud as well. Under such circumstances, there was no way she would have agreed to the proposal. In order to avoid further trouble, she and her family had decided to get things over with quickly by getting the wedding over with and having her marrying her fiancé. She was in her wedding attire that day and she looked absolutely stunning. She had great hopes for the future. While she did not exactly like her fiancé in that way, their families had been good friends for generations, and as such, she did not resent the arrangement. Furthermore, she was to enter the lapis lazuli Holy Temple to train after the wedding. However, she had not expected that day to be her nightmare. She was taken away from her family by the ones who were there to pick her up for the wedding, yet she entered the great Zhou sacred dynasty instead of her fiancé's home. Her fiancé and the family that her family had been friends with for generations sold her to the great Zhou sacred dynasty. She still remembered the time when Zhou Jiming was all high and mighty in the great Zhou sacred dynasty and bestowed her with the title of her would-be queen in the future, promising her great wealth and intended to marry her. Her response was simply to take one of the dowry that her family had prepared for her, a divine implement, and thrust it into her heart, refusing to suffer such humiliation and chose death instead. It was fortunate for her that her teacher heard of the news and crashed into the great Zhou sacred dynasty demanding her returning, taking her away right in front of Zhou Jiming's father back to the lapis lazuli Holy Temple. She was revived and she lived. However, while she lived, her family, including the guests, guards and subordinates, over 3,000 of them, were killed, dying at the hands of the Golden Phoenix Army's hands. None of them from her family survived except one woman, the servant girl that accompanied her when she was married. Said servant girl was none other than Jiang Yuechan, the mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, who was at her side. When her training bore solid fruit in later days, she took Jiang Yuechan with her and eliminated her former fiancé's family. She cut down the head of her former fiancé without any mercy. In the days that followed, she became the glass saint that she was known as in the present day. The incident that happened back then caused the lives of both my father and your teacher. Two of the greatest figures of the Eastern state perished in a clash of the Titans battle. Wouldn't that be enough to put the feud we had behind us? The sacred king looked calm as he continued, furthermore, you wanted me dead back then and severed my path to sainthood, causing me to break into the saint plane tens of years later. You almost killed Mem, yet did I ever blame you for that? Get lost, the glass saint said coldly. Her body turned as cold as frost after being reminded by Zhou Jiming of their past. She was not naive enough to think that someone like Zhou Jiming had truly been obsessed over her out of love. He was only doing it because she had refused his advances many times back then. Her utter refusal to submit to him hit the unparalleled genius who had been titled Crown Prince at a very young age. It all led to her family being slaughtered. It was all a testament to his determination to see what he set out to do done and that no one shall stand in his way. She had once got in the way of him attaining sainthood and she had also almost ended up killing him several times. Zhou Jiming probably came to fear her more than he loved her. She knew very well that to Zhou Jiming, she was but an obsession he would never be able to truly rid himself of. If she had actually agreed to his proposal, moving into the lapis lazuli palace of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and becoming his woman, his wish would have been fulfilled and his head cleared by then. As he came to possess her, he would have cut her down soon after. Zhou Jiming was her inner demon, and in the same vein, she was, too, Zhou Jiming's inner demon. She was unable to truly rest until Zhou Jiming ended up dead. Zhou Jiming's expression turned cold after hearing her scornful word. He, who was still in the air, turned to shoot a cold stare at Futian, who was not far away. He said, "Do you think you'll be able to take me on just by participating in this sacred war? Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. He will be dead before long, and your wish of driving a wedge in how things are now, it will be nothing more than a dream. It's truly a pity that you, the number beauty in the eastern state, one that will remain stunning even when compared to the rest of the 9 states, and furthermore, extremely talented, will have to lower yourself to get along with a runt. Are you really thinking of borrowing his power to achieve your goal? He can hardly keep himself alive, and the saints of the Holy Ji Palace are nowhere to be found. How will you get out of the predicament you find yourself in now?" the sacred king said coldly. In another direction, Saint Shihua slowed down as well, and many felt something was about to happen. Are the 2 saints really getting ready to take on the glass saint right here in the imperial mausoleum? The sacred king's eyes were incredibly intense as he took a look at Yi Futian. "Sister Glass Saint? Don't make me laugh." Yi Futian naturally sensed the sacred king's eyes on him and heard their conversation. Apparently, the feud between the Zhou sacred king and the glass saint ran deeper than he had expected. Hua Jieyu had once joked that the sacred king would suffer an emotional trauma so terrifying that it would ruin his training if Yi Futian could actually make the glass saint his. Yi Futian had thought it to be little more than a joke. But from the way things looked at the moment, it seemed to be something that might actually happen. The sacred king seemed determined to make the glass saint his, one way or another. That was something that he had kept well hidden and did not show in his daily facade. As for the sarcastic jab from the sacred king, Yi Futian hardly took it to heart and he felt next to nothing about it. "Zhou Jiming," Yi Futian smiled and said, "Sacred king, you really have one hell of an imposing name. But I wonder if you're really living up to it." The sacred king turned his eyes to Yi Futian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he was looking at a dead man. If it had not been for the presence of Xia Qingyuan and the people from other holy lands, he might have actually snapped and ended Yi Futian right there and then. Saint Ji looked rather pathetic in comparison, as he was really reluctant to do anything substantial. "So, are the leaders of 2 holy lands today are going to gang up on a girl?" Yi Futian saw Saint Shihua and the sacred king at the glass saint's flanks, as if they were having her surrounded. He did not expect the 2 to actually be so brutal, getting down to business right there in the imperial mausoleum. Both Saint Shihua and the sacred king were of a higher rank than the glass saint on the saint ranking. If both of them were to act against her at the same time, she would definitely be at a severe disadvantage. "Since when do I need to heed your opinion about my way of going about things?" Saint Shihua took a look at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Although Emperor Xia declared that saints are forbidden to move against people below the saint plane, if someone actively provokes the saints, then I guess Emperor Xia will be able to understand what happens afterward." They were already on bad terms with each other and there was no need for facades. If the glass saint was determined to get herself into this, then they would simply ally themselves and take on the glass saint, showing decisiveness like none other. Chapter 950, The power of pressure brought on by the 2 great saints was terrible. Even if their strengths were constrained inside the imperial mausoleum, the power of the saints was still pressing down in this space. Yi Futian cast a glimpse at Saint Shihua. It was unexpected that some of the accumulated grievances would now explode within this imperial mausoleum. The power of pressure brought on by the 2 great saints was terrible. Even if their strengths were constrained inside the imperial mausoleum, the power of the saints was still pressing down in this space. Yi Futian cast a glimpse at Saint Shihua. It was unexpected that some of the accumulated grievances would now explode within this imperial mausoleum. A sword appeared in the hand of the glass saint. The sword was cold, like the moon in winter, seemingly capable of freezing anyone's soul. At this moment, all the gentleness and kindness had gone out of the eyes of the glass saint. There was only coldness remaining, warning strangers not to get close. It was as if this was the other side of glass saint. Many saints in the 9 states only knew that the glass saint cultivated an ice affinity but did not know that she was also an expert in swords. Love Destroyer. Great Zhou Sacred King glanced at the sword in the hand of the glass saint. It was with this sacred sword that the glass saint chopped off the head of her betrothed. The name of the sword was Love Destroyer. It could hack away all emotions. Moreover, it could hack away the law. She did not look at Great Zhou's Sacred King or Saint Shihua but continued to move forward, sword in hand, seemingly without fear, facing the two saints who ranked above her. Upon the body of Great Zhou's Sacred King, the illusion of a golden phoenix appeared. It was as if it had melded with his body, surrounded by holy light as the dazzling golden radiance flowed, augmenting the body of this golden phoenix until it had covered the sky, creating the Jotian Sacred Phoenix. Even if they were limited by the rules of the imperial mausoleums, the saints were born of the rules of the Great Path and were a law unto themselves. Raising his hand, Great Zhou's Sacred King slammed in the direction of the glass saint, and the Jotian Sacred Phoenix screamed as it flew out to attack. A radiant light appeared between heaven and earth, aiming at the seemingly frail body of the glass saint. In the hand of the glass saint, the Love Destroyer was unleashed to cut off strands of love and emotions and to cut off the Great Path. There was a silvery white light, frosty and cold, appearing in the space and slicing through the shadow of the Jotian Sacred Phoenix. The momentum headed toward Great Zhou Sacred King's majestic and authoritative body. Great Zhou's Sacred King sent out another palm strike and blocked the blade of light, but he faintly felt that the sacred sword had directly entered into his mind, cutting off his spiritual will and breaking the path of his cultivation. Back then, he could have entered the Saint Plane decades earlier, but he was stopped by the glass saint, who had hacked away the basis of his sacred path, intending on obstructing his path to sainthood. After what she had experienced, the glass saint was no longer as gentle as she normally appeared but was extremely determined and resilient in her heart. Everything she had done was to one day lead to his demise. The two broke out in an immense battle, and, in a moment, caused a terrible storm in the space. Many cultivators retreated. Even though the two were suppressing their true strengths, the rippling effect of the battle was still frightening. However, those inside the Imperial Mausoleum were not common characters themselves. The speed of the group did not stop as they were moving forward, and they were extremely fast. Even in the midst of battle, Great Zhou's Sacred King and Glass Saint were battling and moving at the same time. In front of the Imperial Mausoleum, there was an ancient temple that was 3 stories high. In front of the ancient temple, there were 2 statue-like puppets guarding on each side. Above the ancient temple, there was also an enormous golden bell that was extremely radiant all over. The bell kept spinning, releasing brilliant rays like a renhuang bell. Underneath the ancient temple, there were countless puppets, like an army guarding the place. In front of them, there was a huge space occupied by a pattern of the 8 trigrams, like a matrix, and this pattern was the only gateway to the ancient temple. Xia Qingyuan, Li Yao, and the others walked straight forward and followed the formation of the matrix, intending on stepping into the ancient temple of the Imperial Mausoleum. However, the 2 puppets stood there guarding the left and the right, like gods from heaven. The middle-aged scribe, who was next to Li Yao, was holding the sword that could split the heaven and earth. He hacked toward at puppets that had moved to the middle to block their way. The sword fell, and the sword that could cut through the void did not split the puppets apart. The 2 puppets were surrounded by a perilous aura that subtly turned into armor. They raised their hands and slammed toward the middle-aged scribe. Out of the sky, giant handprints fell down, and the middle-aged scribe felt a huge threat, and his body moved backward rapidly. But the handprint seemed to follow him like his shadow, covering the sky. He let out a scream, and his body spun and instantly released 3,000 blades of light. Among the vast world, only this sword seemed to exist. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and the arms of the 2 puppets came down with destructive sword light. The middle-aged scribe felt that something was amiss and morphed his body into the sword, rapidly retreating. Another violent sound came out, and the body of the middle-aged scribe was struck down. With a shrill scream, he fell to the ground. His legs had been pierced through by the perilous aura and were eaten bit by bit into nothingness. It was an extremely wretched scene. The two puppets then separated, one on each side, still guarding the antiquities inside the imperial mausoleum. Glass Saint and Great Zhou's Sacred King were still in battle, the two being equal in strength, erupting into an even fiercer battle. Just then, a terrible aura was exuded from Saint Shihua. "Watch out," Yi Futian called out in caution, and just as his voice faded, Saint Shihua finally made his move. His speed was extremely fast. The moment when he made his move, he turned into partial shadows, and his radiant body descended behind Glass Saint. The Imperial Mausoleum had limited their power of the Great Path, so an attack up close was the most suitable strategy. A terrible suffocating pressure descended, and at this moment, the Glass Saint could only feel the violent beating of her heart, and it was difficult to breathe. In her spiritual will, the figure of Saint Shihua had even appeared. Her left hand reached out and hit behind her. Heaven and the earth were frozen, and everything was turning into ice. But Saint Shihua still dealt his blow, using his palm, without any hesitation. Thousands of palm prints overlapped and forcibly shattered the power of the ice. At this moment, Glass Saint felt her insides shatter, and with a muffled sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. As her sword slashed downward, Great Zhou's Sacred King was forced back and his body flew back, leveraging the attack of Saint Shihua. There were stains of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her long black hair was slightly disheveled. With her iciness at this moment, the Glass Saint appeared to exude a sense of abject beauty. Many people around them thought that Saint Shihua was truly malevolent. In spite of his own reputation, he would join in the attack with the Great Zhou's Sacred King and had seized the opportunity for a strike. "Glass Saint, Great Zhou's Sacred King has loved you for many years. If you agree to marry into the Great Zhou dynasty as a sacred queen, it could be a beautiful thing." Saint Shihua looked at the Glass Saint while she looked as calm as undisturbed water. Her slender hand stretched out with sword in hand, but her slight body stood firm. A few strands of long hair around her forehead were flying, and her eyes revealed her determination. "Princess, the giant bell on the ancient temple seems curious, why not give it a try?" Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan, who turned her head to look at Yi Futian, then looked up at that rotating ancient bell. "Sister Glass Saint, when the ancient bell rings, everyone will be attacked. You can take the opportunity to strike back." Yi Futian secretly transmitted the message to Glass Saint. A picture of the Imperial Mausoleum appeared in his mind. This place should be the book's hiding place in the Imperial Mausoleum, and it was already close to the belly of the land, and this ancient bell could initiate the matrix. Xia Qingyuan gave an order to the people beside her, and suddenly, a cultivator of the Saint Plane levitated and knocked on the enormous ancient bell. Dong! Along with the bell ringing, an incomparable radiant glow bloomed from the ancient bell. In an instant, a tremendous pressure of the Great Path descended from the sky. Saints and sages alike felt as if they were shocked by electricity. The sounds of the Renhuang bell rocked inside their heads fiercely. The sound of the bell, like the sound of the Great Path, penetrated through the years, and seemed to come from the millennium. Those who cultivated longer felt a greater impact. Many from the Saint Plane on the scene groaned, and their heads were suddenly shaky. The saint who knocked on the ancient bell was shocked to the ground, his head humming and droning. Only the bell sounds of the Great Path continued lingering. The same was true for Great Zhou's Sacred King. The illusions of the golden phoenix that were upon his body seemed to be shattered, and for a moment, there was only emptiness in his mind. But at this time, Glass Saint felt a strong sense of danger. She raised her head abruptly to look up and saw that his body was being covered with ice bit by bit, a bone-chilling coldness, and the soul seemed to be enclosed in ice. The sword came for Great Zhou Scared King, appearing directly in his mind, causing him to stop thinking. It was a sword that would destroy the law. At this moment, the brilliant light rushed towards ninth heaven, and the horrible golden phoenix lingered in the air. The blood inside his body was burning up and turned into golden sacred blood, stimulating the strength inside the body, unrestricted by the force of the other party. The sacred beast, a golden phoenix, flew out and seized the sword, but where the sword landed, it would destroy with the power of the great path. The figure of the golden phoenix shattered, and with a slushy sound, the sword penetrated the body of great Zhou's sacred king. The destructive force of the great path that would kill everything exploded with madness. The inside of the great Zhou's sacred king was burning. His eyes were fully opened and round, and his palms slammed forward. The sacred golden phoenix penetrated through them. With a loud bang, Glass Saint was knocked over and flew back, the sword in her hand dripping with golden blood. This sudden event shocked many, and they did not have time to respond. They looked at the two engrossed in fighting and saw the breath of great Zhou's sacred king quickly weaken. His wounds were constantly repairing, but they could see from his pale face that he had been grievously injured by the attack. The cultivators of the great Zhou dynasty came to him in a flash, and Jiang Yuechan caught Glass Saint. At the moment, the Glass Saint was in no better shape. Her clothes were blood-stained and it was a shocking sight to behold, but her injury was obviously less than that of great Zhou's sacred king. Great Zhou's sacred king looked at Yi Futian coldly. Why did the Glass Saint attack at that precise moment? Obviously, Yi Futian knew something. He and Saint Shihua knew that this imperial mausoleum may have been left behind by the royal ancestors of the Holy Ji Palace. It seemed that Yi Futian indeed knew of the secrets within the imperial mausoleum. Not only him, but Saint Shihua also cast a glance at Yi Futian. Saint Ji, who was in the void, did so as well. It seemed that Saint Shihua and great Zhou's sacred king did not deceive him. Follow him. Saint Ji transmitted his voice to Jiya. Jiya nodded lightly, knowing what he should do. As the second existence of the sages on the saint and sage ranking, and under the current situation where all the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace were detained by Kong Yao in battle, it would be easy for him to kill Yi Futian. He was privy to the agreement between Saint Ji and Saint Shihua. Since Saint Shihua did not deceive his master, he would fulfill his part of the bargain and not allow Yi Futian to walk out of the imperial mausoleum. This was also the reason why great Zhou's sacred king and Saint Shihua already regarded Yi Futian as a dead man walking. They had already set up a trap to ensure his death. Chapter 951. Just as the bell rang, the Glass Saint and great Zhou's sacred king were injured at the same time. Saint Shihua's body turned into a shadow and moved instantly towards the Glass Saint, so quickly that there was no time to react. Just as the bell rang, the Glass Saint and great Zhou's sacred king were injured at the same time. Saint Shihua's body turned into a shadow and moved instantly towards the Glass Saint, so quickly that there was no time to react. Jiang Yuechan, who caught the body of Glass Saint, did not hesitate when she swung her sword at Saint Shihua. Everything she knew was taught to her by the Glass Saint, therefore their abilities were similar in nature. This sword was cold and biting, but when the attack of Saint Shihua countered it, the sword was broken inch by inch and the horrible turbulent force impacted her arms and body. Blood blossomed, and Jiang Yuechan's arm was pulverized instantly. She flew back along with the body of the Glass Saint. Her clothes were bloody and shocking to behold, but her beautiful face was not shaken one bit. Yuechan. Glass Saint was looking pale. With this hit, Jiang Yuechan was injured more severely than her. If not for the space greatly restraining the strengths of the cultivators of the Holy Lands and that ringing of the bell just now, Jiang Yuechan would not have survived going up against Saint Shihua. My lady, I am fine. Jiang Yuechan looked at Glass Saint and appeared just as firm as always. She did not call the Glass Saint master, but referred to her as my lady because she had followed the Glass Saint since she was a child and was her lady in waiting. She had accompanied Glass Saint as part of her dowry when she was to be married. They did not expect to be sent to the great Zhou's sacred dynasty, and she had watched her lady nearly commit suicide to avoid the shame of being humiliated. Later, when she and the lady were rescued by the previous lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, they were saved, but the entire family of her lady was exterminated, and her own family along with them. She made a blood oath then that she would seek revenge one day, even if her talent was not particularly outstanding. But today, she was on the sage and saint ranking. For revenge, she would do anything. When Shihua's Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou's Sacred Dynasty teamed up to deal with the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State, both of them knew that Great Zhou's Sacred King would make his move on them. Today, at the Imperial Mausoleum, it was just an early arrival of the inevitable. Those two saints, who stood at the top of the eastern state, would attack Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple sooner rather than later. That was because you interfered, Saint Shihua said indifferently. This could not be regarded as an attack to the sage. Dong! Another bell rang out. The radiant ancient bell kept spinning, releasing terrifying lights. The bell sounds were like the sound of the Great Path, once again rocking the minds of those who heard it. Everyone groaned, especially those on the Saint Plain, as their divine paths were being suppressed. At the same time, in the place where they stood, the brilliant light of the matrix seemed to resonate with the ancient bell and gave birth to a tremendous pressure of the Great Path. Those saints frowned and felt their power had been suppressed, forcing them to stand down from the divine path. Dong! The bells were still ringing ceaselessly. As every bell rang out, it banged hard in the minds of all saints. The cultivator next to Xia Qingyuan said, "Princess, our plane has been suppressed and we can no longer exercise the power of the Saint Plane." A touch of coolness flashed between Xia Qingyuan's brows. She turned back and gave Yi Futian a look, but Yi Futian just said, "Princess, the puppets of the ancient temple were blocking the path with the ancient bell hanging in the sky. I could venture such a guess. The matrix is changing at the moment. Perhaps we have an opportunity." Just as he finished speaking, lanes of ancient paths appeared in front of the matrix, leading to the ancient temple in the front. Upon the ancient paths, strong and powerful puppets appeared. He guessed correctly. Many looked at Yi Futian with amazement. Xia Qingyuan was a decisive person, so she ignored the descending pressure of the Great Path and went straight ahead toward the ancient path. Since the path had appeared to the ancient temple, then it had to be the right way. Bang! There was a loud noise. Xia Qingyuan's attack landed on the puppet but did not break it. She felt that this puppet seemed to be created by the matrix according to her plane, so that it was extremely strong and indestructible. A terrible vortex suddenly appeared on top of her palm. When the attack came, she raised her slender fingers and pointed forward. In a flash, the terrible vortex shattered everything, and the body of the puppet exploded. Xia Qingyuan continued to move forward, the bell still ringing and the glory of the Great Path continuing to rain down, which put her under great pressure. Still, she moved forward steadily, pushing open the door of the ancient temple where there was an enormous golden glow reflected upon everyone's face. Huang Shi was extremely emotional. According to the mark on the map, the cache of the sutras within the Imperial Mausoleum was here. It could contain many powerful methods, and it could be a treasure trove. With Xia Qingyuan taking the lead, the rest followed close behind. The matrix was constantly slowing down, and puppets appeared one after another. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the puppet, and the bell never stopped its pressure, so that the saints were also suppressed and moving step by step inside. "I will go in to take a look. Keep tabs on him." Saint Ji transmitted his voice to Ji Ye and went forward. Most of the people from the Holy Lands in the 9 states and the cultivators of the upper worlds also wanted to enter and look inside. Huang Shi also had this impulse, but Yi Futian had told them to give up. He knew the reason behind Yi Futian's decision. Many cultivators were here. If they were going along with them, there would be no chance of survival at all. This ancient temple was excellent bait. At this time, the glass saint was still confronting Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king. Yi Futian observed the situation in front of him and realized that this matrix was self-contained and therefore impossible to take advantage of. Although it could suppress the power of the divine path, it was impossible for a sage to overcome the existence of a saint even if the other party's strength was suppressed. "Move," Saint Shihua said, and joined forces once again with Great Zhou's sacred king to continue the attack on Glass Saint. Yi Futian realized that it was not only Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king, but there were also many cultivators of the Shihua sacred mountain and the Great Zhou sacred dynasty who also did not venture into the ancient temple, but instead were focused on him. Aside from that, there was also Saint Ji to consider. Saint Ji hated him to the bone. Since they entered the imperial mausoleum, he had focused his attention on him. And then there were some who surprised Yi Futian. People of the Hall of Holy Light and many holy lands in the 9 states had left some people who also did not enter the ancient temple. Saint Ji had already stepped toward the ancient temple, but several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light paid no mind to it, as if they had not noticed at all. Instead, they were focusing all their attention on his side. Among them, there were the 2 topmost gifted talents from the Hall of Holy Light, Jiya, and GMO, and one other with a very strong presence, very possibly one of the sages from the Hall of Holy Light. As for other cultivators, they were also the top figures of all the holy lands. It seemed that this time, his opponents were not just the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and Shihua sacred mountain. Don't you want to go inside the ancient temple and take a look? Yi Futian glanced at the cultivators in the matrix. No one answered him, which made Yi Futian faintly get the feeling that the 2 holy lands in the eastern state had investigated the background of the imperial mausoleum and suspected certain things. Not only them, but the other holy lands also vaguely knew of these things, but they should all just be suspicion without confirmation. If this was the case, he would like to see if Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king would be willing to give him up. Let's go, Yi Futian said. When his voice faded, he abandoned the ancient temple and led the people of the barren state to step back and went around the matrix, moving forward from another direction. This matrix was the only way to the ancient temple in front, but there were no more obstructions preventing them from moving toward it. Sure enough, as Yi Futian started to move, many shadows now came out of the sky, and Saint Shihua had a look of hesitation. The exchange with Glass Saint before gave him an understanding of her true strength. Under the condition that all 3 of them had their powers suppressed, it would be difficult for the 2 of them to overcome the Glass Saint in a short time. The imperial mausoleum is important, Saint Shihua said to Great Zhou's sacred king, and then immediately gave up his attack on the Glass Saint and instead pursued in the direction of Yi Futian. Now it was ascertained that Yi Futian knew of the secret of the imperial mausoleum, and with his understanding of Yi Futian, who was a tough character, if he had given up the ancient temple, it must be because the real treasure of the imperial mausoleum was not here. He would keep a close eye on Yi Futian, and perhaps there were also treasures in the ancient temple, but there was no gain without risk. Yi Futian and his party were extremely fast. They were running like mad inside the imperial mausoleum. The ancient temple had attracted many people, but they did not expect that there were so many cultivators following, which was rather thorny. Soon they would reach the entrance to the place of the inheritance of the imperial mausoleum. It would be best if everything went well. Finally, there was an immensely powerful pressure of the great path coming toward them, and they could faintly make out many large statues that extended high into the sky. Both Saint Shihua and Great Zhou's sacred king were moved, and their looks were solemn as they moved forward step by step. Yi Futian gradually reduced his speed and slowed down to take in the magnificent scenery in front of him. Although he had already seen the map of the imperial mausoleum in advance, it was still deeply shocking when he beheld the scene in person. This was an enormous mausoleum. In front of the mausoleum there was a stone wall, immensely large and laid across the imperial mausoleum. On the huge stone wall, there were engravings of enormous statues that were lifelike. Every statue could be that of a man of great importance in life. There was a total of 37 statues, with 18 on each side, completely symmetrical. The statue in the middle was radiant all over, and its eyes seemed to regard the world with great authority. Everyone felt that their breathing had become quick and difficult, and there was a kind of suffocating pressure descending upon them. Even saints, such as the Great Zhou sacred king and Saint Shihua, were no exception. The statue in the middle was most likely the statue of Renhuang. And the 36 statues on both sides each contained a terrible will of the Great Path, and this realization was the true realization of the Great Path. This is the real imperial mausoleum, the tomb of Renhuang. Saint Shihua's heart was incredibly turbulent as he stared at everything in front of him. Glass Saint also stared ahead with her beautiful eyes. She entered the imperial mausoleum because she also wanted to get to the treasures hidden within and use them to squash the great Zhou's sacred king. This imperial mausoleum was not complicated, and there was no murderous matrix. It was very likely that the master of the imperial mausoleum was preparing for the inheritance of his descendants. Then perhaps, Yi Futian and his people would have a way to enter this true tomb of Renhuang. Saint Ji walked towards Yi Futian and stopped not far behind him. His eyes were fixed on him. If there was a chance, it was certain that he would let Yi Futian meet his maker. However, Yi Futian appeared not to have noticed. His eyes remained on the statue in front. He knew that behind this was the inheritance left by Renhuang, and this statue was the entrance. However, the premise was to open it. Yi Futian, how do we get in? Saint Shihua said as he moved forward step by step. The pressure of the great path emitted by the statues inside the mausoleum descended on his body, and Saint Shihua just felt the entire burden of heaven upon him. But right now, inside of him, there was only greed. The rest of the cultivators had also moved toward Yi Futian and the others. They all felt that they were now close to the real destination. Chapter 952, Yi Futian did not bother answering Saint Shihua. His eyes stayed fixed on the mausoleum statues that exuded the might of the great path. Every single statue exuded different types of might, that of the sword, power, the 5 elements, destruction, and so on. The power of all manner of mighty pressure filled the air, which, when leaned onto one's body, felt like the pressure from the heavens out to crush everything. Yi Futian did not bother answering Saint Shihua. His eyes stayed fixed on the mausoleum statues that exuded the might of the great path. Every single statue exuded different types of might, that of the sword, power, the 5 elements, destruction, and so on. The power of all manner of mighty pressure filled the air, which, when leaned onto one's body, felt like the pressure from the heavens out to crush everything. Furthermore, the greater one's training, the stronger the pressure one felt. While Saint Shihua and the Zhou sacred king, for instance, were still standing tall and proud as all of them were, only they knew how much pressure they were dealing with at the moment. Saint Shihua's expression was cold and Yi Futian ignored him altogether. Everyone, the mausoleum is very possibly the tomb of Renhuang. I think you're all following him because you've caught wind of some news. Only they know the secret of the entrance, and if we continue to stand here and do nothing, there won't be anything left for us later. Saint Shihua continued, furthermore, if the others realize what is happening, we won't need to be here any longer. Xia Qingyuan and the others were all currently drawn to the palace at the front. If the princess were to arrive, there was definitely no way they would be able to get anything out from this trip. A figure was seen stepping forward at the moment. He had a slender body and was dressed in white. Holy light images were present on his body and his long eyes felt sharp. His body shot at Yi Futian like a beam of light after turning into a mirage. He was none other the figure who ranked second on the sage and saint ranking of the 9 states, as well as the top-notch figure on the Hall of Holy Light, Jiya. A strike from his sword brought light to his surroundings as if he was opening up the heavens. The sword of holy light was unerringly fast and sharp, reaching the target in mere moments. However, Yi Futian simply stood there without moving. Several figures appeared behind him. Huang Shi and Yusheng blocked Yi Futian's back, launching attacks at Jiya. Boom! Huang Shi's shirt was torn in that clash, with several holes seen. Yusheng, who was wielding the battle axe of judgment, was unable to block the power of that thrust. Several gashes appeared on his stout, imposing body. Terrifying sword will lingered and coursed about in his body. Jiya was known as a demi-saint and ranked second on the sage ranking. In the plains beneath the saint plane, there was only one person who proved to be more powerful than he was. The sword of light in his hand was also a divine implement. Saint Ji had ordered Jia to keep a close eye on Yi Futian and his people, without any doubt of Jiya's powers. The people before Jiya at the moment notwithstanding, even if Kong Yao and his people were to get in Jiya's way, there was still no way Jiya could have been stopped. Where is the entrance? Jiya's piercing eyes gazed forward as he held a sword in his hand. The mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace all had their eyes on him. Jiya was not the only one who was ready to pounce, as many other mighty ones also surrounded the ones from the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian did not bother turning around. He kept his eyes on one of the statues. An imposing great path was swept all over the place. He seemed to have immersed himself in it, comprehending the power of the great path. Yusheng stepped forward at the moment, coming to stand before Jiya. An extremely wild demonic might coiled around him. His injuries quickly healed and a demonic storm whipped about with his body at the center. Crisp cracking sounds were heard from his body as he continued to expand, growing even more imposing and wild. A demonic shadow appeared and his eyes looked like that of a demon. Boom! A loud boom was heard as Yusheng stepped forward. Jiya frowned as he actually felt threatened by Yusheng's presence. Furthermore, he clearly sensed Yusheng's power was rising exponentially, reaching into the level of archmages. His eyes remained incredibly pointed as he gazed into Yusheng's eyes. He seemed to be looking at a devil who reigns supreme throughout all realms. One look from the devil seemed to be more than enough to subjugate all living beings. Yet another boom was heard as Yusheng continued to step forward. The pressure grew with every step taken and it seemed as if the space was being taken control of by him. The holy sword in Jiya's hand hovered before him. His hands twirled about with the holy sword at the center. Holy light images appeared before him as the extremely dazzling light of holiness merged with his sword will. The image breathed terrifying sword of light. Beams of light shot out and all of them were imbued with unparalleled sharpness. One look at the beams would make one feel as if they were about to go blind, a testament of how frightening the rules within were. The boundless light was targeted at Yusheng. If the light managed to pierce him, it would have riddled him with holes and reduced him to specks of light. Boom! Another boom was heard and Yusheng did not evade the attack. He continued to move forward as Buddhas appeared around him, shining sky-reaching golden light. Dark golden shimmers coursed about the Buddhas as all of them exuded ferocious killing intent. The demonic and Buddhist ways were merged into one, as if a Buddhist king of slaughter had appeared. The dazzling holy light sword will flashed in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the space around them. Boundless swords of holy light pierced at the golden screen of light as two types of powers clashed. The sword wills adamant in piercing the screen while the screen, on the other hand, seemed to be devouring the sword will bit by bit, merging it into the screen. Jiya's expression remained cold. His sword of light was of frightening, limitless power, yet he was utterly incapable of piercing Yusheng's defense. Jiya's opponent seemed to have activated his potential using secret means, evolving his powers and blocking Jiya's way. Jiya extended his hand and held the holy sword. A beam flashed and Yusheng brought down his axe without hesitation. The attack seemed to have cleaved a crevice in space. The light of the sword burst, drawing a terrifying arc in the space before it as the axe did. The space they occupied seemed to have exploded as devastating storms appeared. Jiya was thrown behind and his body hovered in midair. The mighty ones around them looked stunned. Yusheng of the Holy Ji Palace had actually been able to stand his ground against Jiya, who was ranked second on the sage ranking and was known to be a demi-saint. Other mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light walked towards Yi Futian's side. They were Gmo and Gmu, yet other mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking. Huang Shi intended to make a move when Yi Futian told him telepathically, "Uncle, the entrance is at the Renhuang statue in the middle. I'm unable to resonate with it, and if I'm not mistaken, it is probably meant for someone with the blood of sovereign family in their veins. Don't get into battle." It was an imperial mausoleum left by the sovereign family, and the imperial mausoleum map had been passed down in the family throughout the generations. It was only natural that the place was meant for the descendants of the family. Yi Futian had tried to activate the Renhuang statue in the middle using the imperial will, but it did not work. As such, he implored Huang Shi to seize the opportunity as they were running out of time. With mighty ones from both the upper and lower worlds and Xia Qingyuan, the princess, present, the handful of saints before them hardly mattered in this case. Such opportunities would not stay for long. Huang Shi nodded and walked to the statue in the middle. Unparalleled pressure bore onto him, and Huang Shi's eyes were all solemn and seemed even devoted, wondering if that was his ancestor, the ancestor of the sovereign family. He had no idea what happened 1,000 years ago. It was too long ago, and the sovereign family had fallen so much that they did not even have a saint among them. He had even been on the verge of forgetting that he was a descendant of Renhuang, wondering if it was all a sham. It was irony like none other. With the lineage of his ancestors presented right before him, he was willing to pay any price to inherit the true Renhuang bloodline. Uncle, life spirits and bloodlines are all that matter with lineages. Try communicating with the statue and see if it works, Yi Futian said while standing beside Huang Shi, who was standing before the statue. Yi Futian had been able to connect with the wills of all the other statues but that particular one, which meant that only someone of Renhuang blood was able to do so. If it was truly something left behind by Renhuang, then the most direct way to prove it would be through life spirit and bloodline. Huang Shi nodded and unleashed his life spirit. Dazzling light appeared and he did not bother concealing it. He naturally knew what Yi Futian meant, and with things as they were at the moment, it was sink or swim. It doesn't work. Huang Shi's expression turned even more severe, seeing the statue not responding. He walked towards the statue and pricked his finger. A drop of blood appeared and Huang Shi pointed it at the statue. A line of blood shot forth and landed on the statue's grooves. The blood coursed along the statue's grooves and disappeared as if it had been absorbed by the statue. Huang Shi was able to feel it clearly. The statue seemed to have been imbued with life and exuded greater pressure. There's still hope. Huang Shi's heart raced. The line of blood from his finger zipped at the statue and he held nothing back. The grooves gradually lit up and dazzling light was seen emitted from the statue as if Renhuang himself had revived. Everyone present knew what was happening after seeing all that. One figure after another shot into the air and headed straight for Renhuang. The fastest of the two in the crowd were two who were from the Hall of Holy Light, who wielded the rules of light. Hua Jieyu stepped forward and Ji Mu's body seemed to stop in midair. He felt that his spiritual will seemed to have shrouded by some formless power. He looked up and stared at Hua Jieyu, who seemed to be emanating saintly power. Ji Mo's speed was incredibly fast as well, yet at that very moment, another dazzling sword swooped by. Ji Mo's body dodged the flying sword in an instant. When he finally felt that the beam of the sword had passed, a cutting noise was heard and blood sprayed. GMO was dazed for a brief moment before looking down at his left arm, which had been severed. His face turned incredibly ferocious. He looked up at the one who took his arm, and it was none other than Yi Wuchen, who had embarked on a pilgrimage led by Xia Qingyuan along with him. Yi Wuchen's plane was lower than his, yet he had been able to cut off one of his arms. Yi Wuchen's cold eyes remained gazing forward. He stood before a statue and his life spirit burst. It was a silver sword, which rang as it exuded vaguely stifling sword will. What was more terrifying was that it seemed to have resonated with the statue, which had been emanating sword pressure. The might of the sword emanated from the statue seemed to have merged into a single being with the sword of his life spirit. The resulting power had shrouded GMO and the strike took Gmo's arm. The Imperial Mausoleum is a tomb of an ancestor of the sovereign family, whose member now studies in the Holy Ji Palace. As such, it shall be inherited by said member of the sovereign family. If all of you intend to force your way in, you'll have to get through me and I won't show any mercy, Yi Futian said as he stood before a statue, turning his eyes to the surrounding mighty ones. Chapter 953, everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. The statue behind him seemed to have come alive, exuding the terrifying power of the Great Path. It seemed to have taken the form of an incredibly huge shadow, merging with the will of Yi Futian, who was standing before it. It was apparent that the 36 statues of the tomb were not only capable of exuding pressure on people, but also could lend their power to those they identified with and bring great pressure to bear. Yi Wuchen of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had been able to do so, and at the moment, Yi Futian became able to do so as well. Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. The statue behind him seemed to have come alive, exuding the terrifying power of the Great Path. It seemed to have taken the form of an incredibly huge shadow, merging with the will of Yi Futian, who was standing before it. It was apparent that the 36 statues of the tomb were not only capable of exuding pressure on people, but also could lend their power to those they identified with and bring great pressure to bear. Yi Wuchen of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had been able to do so, and at the moment, Yi Futian became able to do so as well. Saint Shihua walked forward as if he had not heard him. He turned his eyes to Huang Shi, and the Renhuang statue before Huang Shi grew increasingly bright. It became clear that that was where the entrance to the mausoleum might be. Saint Shihua unleashed powerful pressure of the Great Path as well. While his powers might have been suppressed in the imperial mausoleum, he was nonetheless still a saint and was capable of anything a saint was capable of. Even though the statue might have exuded immense pressure that originated from the Great Path, it was still nonetheless the power of the Great Path. Being a saint himself, he saw no reason to fear it. He was forbidden to attack Yi Futian, but if Yi Futian dared to use the borrowed power against him, then he would naturally need to retaliate. Even if Emperor Xia were to learn of what he did, he would have still played by the rules nonetheless. Any lineage of the ancients are up for grabs by any who are capable of doing so. You really think what you said qualified the Holy Ji Palace to take the lineage of the imperial mausoleum? Saint Shihua walked slowly to where Huang Shi was and said, "What a joke." With a saint taking the lead, none of the others saw the need to hold themselves back. They all attacked Huang Shi, and while there were many powerful ones from the Holy Ji Palace present, it was still insufficient. "Would you lend me a hand, Sister Glass Saint?" Yi Futian said telepathically to the Glass Saint, who was standing not far away. The Glass Saint nodded and flashed, arriving before the statue and turning around to face Saint Shihua and the others. Her hair billowed as she held the Love Destroyer in her hand and looked incredibly dashing. Her stance with the sword looked stifling beautiful. "Glass Saint, I'm afraid you won't be able to take us all on your own." Saint Shihua continued to move forward. The Sacred King and Saint Ji stepped forward at the same time. Saint Ji had kept a close eye on Yi Futian and it was finally the time to move, waiting for Yi Futian to hit him first. It was indeed a good opportunity. All three of them emanated immense pressure from the Great Path. Their spiritual will unerringly strong. A formless force seemed to be fighting against the pressure of Great Path emanated from the statues. "Sacred King, we'll take the woman out first," Saint Shihua said. He knew that there was no time to wait. "Do it," the Sacred King said with a sharp voice. Three saints moved at the same time, heading straight for the Glass Saint. "Wuchen!" Yi Futian shouted. He cranked the statue's will to the extreme and hovered before the statue. A huge shadow appeared as if the statue's power had taken form. He punched and the space shook. Terrifying star power rained down at the three saints. Yi Wuchen's life spirit sword rang and a sliver of terrifying sword will merged with the statue's will, before launching out as sword pressure of the Great Path, cleaving the space apart. A phoenix's shadow appeared on the Sacred King and an extremely sharp golden phoenix sword appeared before the bird, launching forward with murderous intent. "An ant trying to shake a tree, I see." Saint Shihua and Saint Ji attacked at the same time. Even though their powers were suppressed, their attacks were still frighteningly formidable nonetheless. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were simply borrowing the power of saints while the three they were fighting were saints. The confrontation felt ridiculous. Wild aura coursed. The attacks of both Yi Wuqian and Yi Futian were easily shot down right there and then. However, at that very moment, the glass saint's sword moved. The ice powers of the great path made one's blood feel like it was about to stop flowing. The chill seeped deep into the bone while the flash of the sword felt like a cold moon. It was an attack that tore through the spirit and any emotions, cutting the holy will as well as the body of flesh and blood carrying it. None of the three saints let their guard down against the glass saint's attacks and fought earnestly, fighting the power coming at them. However, they felt as if the statue had burst with even greater might of the great path. Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian did not expect themselves to be able to beat saints using only borrowed will of the statues, but if they were able to cut down the three saints' powers considerably, it would have helped with the glass saint's attack and stopped them. The Renhuang statue at Huang Shi's side grew increasingly bright and his body hovered before the statue. His spiritual will merged with the construct. The huge mausoleum shook and everyone's eyes looked extremely intense. The tomb of Renhuang was possibly about to be opened. All mighty ones moved quickly and headed for where Huang Shi was. However, at that moment, the might of the great path fell onto them. The ring of the 9 symbols flashed and was brought down with the power of the great path, heading straight for GMO, who had just lost an arm. Boom! A loud boom was heard and GMO's body was so rattled that he spat up blood and looked ashen. His first attack ended up with him being taken an arm by Yi Wuqian. The next attack was launched by Gu Donglu, and it was just as damaging. Get lost! Gu Donglu uttered a line and the 9 symbols burst with intense light at the same time, merging with the power of the great path and shooting at the ones trying to get near Huang Shi. One mighty one after another was thrown back by the attack. Ji Mo's expression was extremely pale. He was one of the top geniuses in the Hall of Holy Light and had been titled a heavenly chosen one during the pilgrimage, yet he suffered such humiliation nonetheless. Furthermore, Gu Donglu had never gotten along well with him during the pilgrimage. Seeing how many insisted on moving forward, Gu Donglu's handsome face was filled to the brim with murderous intent. Many of them were from holy lands and he knew well that Yi Futian was in a bad position to act against them, as it would have ended with the holy Ji palace of the barren state suffering pressure that would break them. However, in such a situation, it became apparent that reasoning would not do if they wanted to keep the lineage of the sovereign family, they needed to kill. As such, they saw no choice but kill one of them to serve as a warning. He turned his eyes to GMO and the 9 symbols circled, merging the might of the great path from the statue into it. Sword will was imbued within the 9 symbols. GMO seemed to have noticed Gu Donglu looking at him and felt the murderous intent from Gu Donglu's eyes. His expression turned grim all of a sudden. Anyone who dares move forward shall be cut down, Gu Donglu declared. The 9 symbols seemed to have disappeared like extremely sharp swords. GMO sensed the pressure and retreated hastily, giving up the ruins of Renhuang altogether. The light of the 9 symbols penetrated his body immediately, and at the very next moment, everyone saw GMO's body twitch lethargically for a bit in the air, before dropping from above. The top-notch genius from the Hall of Holy Light had been killed right there and then, before he was truly able to shine in the 9 states. Ji Ye and Ji Mu were still fighting and their faces went pale as they saw GMO perish. What they found even more baffling was that despite being ranked on the sage and saint ranking, they had no edge whatsoever to speak of while fighting Yu Sheng and Hua Jieyu of the Holy Ji Palace. It was especially apparent in the case of Ji Ye, as he was ranked second on the sage ranking. One wondered how insane the power of the sages from the Holy Ji Palace could be if they were to bring out their all. Open. Dazzling lights sparkled and the place rumbled. Everyone turned their eyes to the center of the mausoleum and saw the incredibly huge Renhuang statue. A crack opened up in the middle and a door appeared. It was as they had speculated, that Renhuang statue was the true entrance to the tomb. Get in there, quick, Huang Shi said. Yi Futian then gave the order, retreat. The ones from the Holy Ji Palace flashed in the Renhuang statue's direction. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was heard and the terrifying sound reverberated in the air. Huang Jioge and many others from the Holy Ji Palace were thrown behind and spat up blood. They turned their heads and looked at another direction. One of the statues looked like an angry guardian. A ferocious shadow appeared in the air, and there stood Lu Zong, with his life spirit merging with the shadow. Seeing how Yi Wuqian had communicated with the statues as well how Yi Futian and Gu Donglu followed, he knew Yi Futian and the others knew something. As such, he tried to communicate with the statues instead of joining the fight, and he succeeded. Lu Zong. Saint Shihua smirked. This was indeed someone fit to become a successor to Shihua Sacred Mountain. Lu Zong had succeeded in doing what Yi Futian and the others had done. Yi Futian's expression was grim. He had no time to deal with Lu Zong as he and Yi Wuqian had to work together with the Glass Saint. The attacks of the three enemy saints grew increasingly strong, especially the Zhou Sacred King. He fought up close with the Glass Saint, and a terrifying storm whipped up in the air. "I'll take care of him," Gu Donglu said. The light of the 9 symbols streaked and went straight for Lu Zong, who looked back at Gu Donglu. The light of Buddhahood coursed around him. He trained in multiple powers and the Buddhist skills were one of them. Boundless ancient Madra appeared and clashed with Gu Donglio's symbols. Both of them borrowed the power of the saints from the statues to fight each other. "Jioge, get in quick," Yi Futian called. He had no thoughts of inheriting the lineage of the ruins. When he was in trouble all those years ago, many in the barren state went to his aid and fought for him at the Holy Ji Palace, and one of them being Huang Shi of the sovereign family. When the sacred war broke out later, Huang Shi brought his clan with him and moved into the Holy Ji Palace. It was a relationship that needed no words to be spoken. The simple line caused Huang Jioge's eyes to become somewhat red. He said nothing as he rushed for the place where Huang Shi was at. Boom! Another boom was heard as the Glass Saint was thrown back. She borrowed the force from the shock and retreated like a flash of lightning to where the statue was at. The Sacred King burst with equal speed as he saw that, moving at an impossible speed. 2 beams of light disappeared and went inside the imperial mausoleum. Saint Shihua and Saint Ji, who were slower due to fighting alongside the Zhou Sacred King, realized what happened and were about to leave, but Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian launched an attack at them. However, the 2 of them paid no heed, simply cranking up their imposing saintly powers, then disposed of said attacks where they stood. Yi Futian streaked through the air like a flash of lightning, seemingly having merged with the statue and launched with an attack. Yi Wuqian's life spirit sword was shot out at the same time, forcing both Saint Shihua and Saint Ji to slow down and deal with the attacks. A boom was heard and Yi Futian slammed onto the statue, spitting out blood. Yi Wuqian's life spirit was rattled enough that it retreated into his body, with blood seen at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that the Glass Saint, the #1 beauty of the Eastern State, needed your help at all?" Saint Shihua took a look at Yi Futian and said sarcastically. Yi Futian's eyes were ice cold. It was apparent that the Glass Saint sold him out. The Glass Saint was the prettiest among the great figures of the 9 states and the lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. She was not as meek and affectionate as she usually appeared to be. There was no way she could have simply let a chance like this slip by. If she was able to gain the lineage of Ren Huang, she would be able to advance further and raise the entire great Zhou sacred dynasty. "Futian, get in there with Jioge. Leave this to me." At that moment, Huang Shi's body was seen hovering before the Ren Huang statue, seemingly having merged with the statue. He was addressing both Yi Futian and Huang Jioge, who had just gotten to where they were. "Uncle." Yi Futian looked up. "No time for debating. I'll look after the ones from the Holy Ji Palace," Huang Shi said as he saw both Saint Shihua and Saint Ji coming. Yi Futian took a look at Huang Shi and clenched his fist, before calling, "Jioge." "Father." Huang Jioge took a look at Huang Shi. "Close." Huang Shi's voice was solemn and in an instant, the gate of the tomb was seen closing slowly. "Go." Yi Futian did not hesitate any further, taking Huang Jioge and dashing for it. The faces of Saint Shihua and Saint Ji changed slightly as they sped up, but they quickly saw a dazzling gigantic sword falling from above, right before the entrance. Both of them slowed as a result and saw the crack slowly closing. Yi Futian and Huang Jioge took one last look outside. Huang Jioge, the sovereign family will be yours to oversee now. Don't drag us through the mud. Huang Shi's voice was heard from inside the crack. He wore a smile and said, Futian, I wanted to see you stand at the top of the 9 states personally, but it seems that I won't be able to do so after all. I don't regret siding with the Holy Ji Palace. The crack disappeared before he finished, and he had no idea if the two inside heard what he said. He had initially been able to get inside himself, but someone had to look after things outside. With the door staying open otherwise, they would have stood no chance. Saints were seen coming from far away. Huang Shi's spiritual will continued to burn and his body gradually grew intangible, as if he was about to completely merge with the statue. The entire mausoleum was shaking and the Renhuang statue looked as if it was about to be revived. True might of the Great Path showered the place. It was no longer a might of the Great Path, but the might of Renhuang. Saint Shihua headed straight for Huang Shi. His body glowed with dazzling holy light and lashed out with a palm strike in danger, seemingly about to break the space before him as he hit the statue. At that very moment, the statue's eyes opened all of a sudden and a fierce roar was heard. I'm the descendant of Renhuang. An incredibly huge palm print launched as the line was heard. Saint Shihua's body was thrown back and there were sounds of bones breaking in a crisp, clear manner. Chapter 954, Huang Shi's voice exploded like thunder, causing the hearts of everyone before the mausoleum's walls to shudder violently. They then saw the saints from Shihua Sacred Mountain being clapped hard and crashing to the ground, spitting blood as they got up. Saint Ji, who had wanted to have a closer look, halted his steps altogether, keeping his eyes forward. Huang Shi's voice exploded like thunder, causing the hearts of everyone before the mausoleum's walls to shudder violently. They then saw the saints from Shihua Sacred Mountain being clapped hard and crashing to the ground, spitting blood as they got up. Saint Ji, who had wanted to have a closer look, halted his steps altogether, keeping his eyes forward. Huang Shi's silhouette had been completely merged into the statue. His flesh, blood, bone, and even his will seemed to have totally merged with the statue. It was as if he had returned as his ancestor Renhuang. When his blood merged with that of the statue, Huang Shi clearly sensed that the statue had been carved with refined blood of Renhuang. That thing left behind by his ancestor resonated with his blood and activated the will contained within. He clearly felt the connection between them, and furthermore, despite being of the same bloodline, the blood of the statue never dried and degraded. Such was the might of his ancestor. Even a statue left behind since ancient times was more than able to stun the saints. The sovereign family had truly been the descendants of Renhuang. Huang Shi had no regrets about his life, as he was now able to feel the might of his ancestor. As for Jioge and Yi Futian, everything depended on their luck. At the very least, he would guard the place, not letting any of the saints get inside. He and Yi Futian had taken a look at the imperial mausoleum map and knew it was truly at the center of the ruins. He wished that his ancestors would watch over Jioge. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Hua Jieyu, and all the others stopped fighting and retreated back before the statue. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace who came was fighting for the sovereign family. With Yi Futian and Huang Jioge already inside and Huang Shi sealing the tomb up, there was little point for the battles there to continue. At that moment, the statue that Huang Shi was merged with opened its huge eyes slowly and looked at Lu Zong's direction. Get lost. The roar was an earth-shattering one. The statue trembled violently, bringing the pressure of Renhuang to bear. Lu Zong took control of the power of sainthood and resisted like mad, retreating from the statue at breakneck speed. Boom! Another rumble was heard and Lu Zong was sent flying thousands of meters back, crashing onto the ground. Blood oozed from his mouth. He laid there and his spiritual will seemed as if it was about to be broken, his life hanging by a thread. Huang Shi turned his eyes at the others and everyone retreated without hesitation. No one dared approach the statue after what had happened. Huang Shi was only a sage and it meant that he was free to fight anyone. Furthermore, he was most probably about to die and had nothing to lose. If the chance presented itself, he would have killed the saints as well. It seemed that no one was able to enter anymore. More saints came from afar, with the first to arrive being Saint Ji. He knew GMO was killed, and as such, left the ancient hall and came at once. His face went pale after seeing what happened. Extremely dazzling light burst and his body seemed to have turned to light, appearing like a god. Though his powers were suppressed, Saint Ji showed what it meant to be ranked 5th on the saint ranking nonetheless. The boundless light transformed into a huge sword, pulsing with brilliant light as if the space it occupied was about to be torn apart. Saint Ji stepped forward and his hands clapped. A flash of the sword burst through the air in an instant, heading straight for that Renhuang statue. The eyes of the statue looked like those of Renhuang's. The might of the heavens showered and the speed of the dazzling sword was suppressed. A pair of spectral hands appeared, Huang Shi's hands, and a Renhuang sword burst brilliantly, suppressing everything before it as it launched forward, clashing with the sword of light. The sword of light was crushed right there, and the huge sword continued moving forward, lashing out at Saint Ji. However, Saint Ji possessed immense speed. Even though he was still suppressed with the overwhelming pressure, he was nonetheless able to disappear from where he stood with just one step, appearing in midair. However, he looked severely frustrated, discovering that he was unable to do anything against a statue. Even though it had been something left behind by Renhuang, a statue that had been standing around for over 1,000 years was still a dead object. He burst with light that was even more brilliant, showing no fear whatsoever. The walls of the mausoleum shuddered maniacally. All 36 statues shook at the same time. True might of the heavens descended from above, raining down on Saint Ji's body. He frowned as he found that those objects actually attempted to suppress his saintly powers. Many figures before the walls quickly retreated and did not dare to approach any further in order to keep from getting caught in the crossfire. Huang Shi's expression was incredibly solemn. An imposing imperial pressure seemed to have manifested before the statue. A huge shadow appeared as if Renhuang himself had been revived. Boom! A Renhuang sword materialized yet again. It was the life spirit of Huang Shi, yet at that moment, the sword seemed to have become a true Renhuang sword. It continued to grow in a size and a terrifying storm whipped up in the air around them. The place they stood turned very deadly. The sword shot high above the sky, coming to the very top of the sealed space. The vast area seemed to have been put under lockdown. Devastating storms rained down from above. Saint Ji's expression looked pained as he finally felt the pressure. Huang Shi of the sovereign family shall borrow a sword from the ancestors. Huang Shi roared and a Renhuang shadow seemed to have appeared in midair, holding the holy Renhuang sword. Its hands pressed down on the blade, and in an instant, the sword came down as if Renhuang had been wielding it, bringing terrible might to bear. The sword of his ancestor was borrowed. Saint Ji resisted like mad as the sword came down. Devastating storms of the great path whipped up in the air around them. His clothes were torn and his body retreated in a frenzy. The sword seemed to be inescapable as it pressed down onto the area below. With a loud boom, everyone saw Saint Ji, who was ranked 5th on the saint ranking, being thrown away as well, crashing down with a whimper. His internal organs felt they were about to tear apart. Killing intent filled Huang Shi's eyes as he continued to borrow the might of Renhuang. Yet, at that very moment, a figure came and went like a flash of lightning, taking Saint Ji away and retreating far away. That figure was none other than Ji. The scene caused countless present to shudder. Huang Shi of the Holy Ji Palace had only been a sage at the pinnacle of his training. Yet, on that very day, he had borrowed the Renhuang sword of his ancestors and almost ended up killing Saint Ji, the Saint Ji who was ranked 5th on the saint ranking of the 9 states. The ones from the Holy Ji Palace watched Huang Shi solemnly. They were all naturally able to tell that the battle would be Huang Shi's last. However, it was a battle that he could be proud of. Saints continued to come from afar, but none were able to do anything against Huang Shi. Yi Futian and Huang Jioge stepped inside the tomb. It was an empty world and did not look like a tomb at all. The place was filled with holiness. They were able to see incredibly far away inside. They looked up and cast their gaze forward. Yi Futian and Huang Jioge shuddered deep down. There was a holy figure that looked even taller than the statue outside. It looked like a body of true flesh and blood instead of a statue. It looked like none other than Ren Huang in the flesh. They almost thought it was truly Ren Huang in the flesh. The shadow was so real that it was able to fool the eyes. That Ren Huang from several thousand years ago seemed to have traveled through time and space, now standing before them, bringing the true might of Ren Huang to bear. Yi Futian was unable to help but recall the statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Back then, Emperor Yi Qing's last sliver of will was imbued within that statue in Qingzhou City, which was awakened due to Yi Futian. That Ren Huang construct pressed down on the hilt of a sword with both hands, shining with brilliant light, emanating brilliance like none other. It was as if it had stayed pristine throughout the ages. There was also a bow somewhere at his side. The bow simply sat there without emanating anything. However, it was nonetheless something left behind by Ren Huang, and they wondered what kind of ritual implement it was. The glass saint had gambled everything just to get inside the mausoleum, for none other than a chance. Saint Shihua and the Zhou sacred king had allied through a marriage alliance. Saint Ji had declared that he would join the sacred war as well, seemingly to work against Yi Futian. The glass saint might have looked unperturbed, but no one else knew what was going through her mind. She knew then that between her and the Zhou sacred king, only one of them would be able to emerge alive from the sacred war. As such, before the sacred war truly broke out and the sacred king had yet to move against the lapis lazuli holy temple, she had already sent Yuechan to investigate the holy Ji palace. Jiang Yuechan had been staying at Zhongzhou City, the place where the holy Ji palace was, all that while. As such, she did not blame the servant girl, who had been following her for years, despite knowing that she killed the mighty ones from the Yu clan. Jiang Yuechan was her servant girl as well as her student and sister. She knew that everything Yuechan did was for her sake. At that moment, Yi Futian looked below the statue and saw two figures in their own corners. Aura ebbing around them. Those two were none other than the glass saint and the Zhou sacred king, who had stepped into the tomb before everyone else. They both seemed to have been severely injured. Both of them had dealt severe damage to each other. The glass saint's love destroyer had even penetrated the sacred king's body. Even saints could not simply ignore damages dealt by people of the same plane. As such, they had been fighting each other while sustaining injuries. Both of them naturally continued to fight, seeing what lied before them after crashing into the tomb. For that brief moment, both figures seemed to have fought a terrifying battle with their lives on the line. However, at that moment, both of them simply sat quietly. Yi Futian saw the two figures and walked towards them slowly. Despite sensing that both of them had sustained heavy injuries, he dared not let his guard down. They were both saints after all. There were huge, irreconcilable differences in power between saints and sages. Even though they had borrowed the power of the Great Path from the statues, they remained incapable of resisting Saint Shihua's attacks. Such was the difference between them. Renhuang Ruins is right before your eyes, why aren't any of you taking it? Yi Futian said as he saw both of them. Are you hurt, Sister Glass Saint? He sounded rather cold when he said that, apparently very displeased with what she did before. When she had seen Jiang Yuechan and sensed her aura, Yi Futian already had some speculations, and what happened afterward confirmed them. It was too bad he had let his guard down. However, at that moment, he had to ally with the Glass Saint, as she was the only one at their side who was capable of resisting both Saint Shihua and the Sacred King. It did not help that Saint Ji was also waiting to pounce. The Glass Saint turned her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. In that very instant, Yi Futian saw her very beautiful eyes look rather devilish as if they had been tainted with terrible red light, looking very eerie. Chapter 955, Chapter 955, Who is more brutal? Chapter 955, Who is more brutal? Yi Futian was puzzled. Both the glass saint and the sacred king did not move at all, they simply sat where they were sitting. The glass saint turned her eyes away and no longer looked at Yi Futian. She was working hard at maintaining her mind, as if she was being put under serious pressure. The eerie scene made Yi Futian frown. He stepped forward slowly and Huang Jioge followed suit. They were moving at a very slow speed with their auras engaged, being on guard against those two saints. At that time, pulsing pressure fell onto them, which grew increasingly heavy as they continued to move forward. Yi Futian and Huang Jioge looked up at that very tall and imposing Ren Huang shadow far away. In an instant, the figure became imprinted in their minds directly, making them struggle to breath. That Ren Huang figure far away seemed to be right before their eyes. Boom! Their spiritual will shook. Yi Futian felt as if his will was on the verge of being snuffed out. He grunted as his body came down, sitting on the ground. Everything in the world seemed to have changed, and that Ren Huang shadow seemed to be standing right before them like a god. Is your mind firm and unyielding enough to inherit my will? A voice seemed to be heard from 1,000 years ago, seeping into Yi Futian and Huang Jioge's mind, as if they were being interrogated. Yi Futian only knew right there and then that despite how they came, the lineage of Ren Huang was right before their eyes. There were still challenges that needed to be faced. Even a descendant of Ren Huang had to be tested despite coming so far. Is your mind firm and unyielding enough to inherit my will? If the one to inherit the Ren Huangs will prove to be of weak mind, then such person would be deemed unqualified to take the lineage, as it would be a waste. Ren Huang, who had been a legend like none other in his time over 1,000 years ago, left behind a tomb that could only be opened by his descendants. However, if his descendants were to be of bad stock, then they would be deemed unqualified to inherit what he had left behind. He would have rather find someone who was truly determined to walk the path of cultivation. Yi Futian felt he had entered a realm of illusion, as if he had no secrets and everything was laid bare before the will of Ren Huang. He felt a shadow hovering in the air, as if that was where he should be. His mind recalled all that he had been through for the past 30 years and more. He recalled Qin Yi, the big sister, and Feng Qingxue, the twerp, wondering how they were doing presently. He liked that big sister figure of hers. No one would have not liked a sexy, beautiful big sister like that after all. However, the little fox named Hua Jieyu was just simply too stunning back then. The question of missing out on that big sister might have been a regret, but his mind answered with a definite no. His mind might have wavered a little bit, but he was hardly affected. He recalled old man Yi Baichuan and his mother. There was no news of them and he had no idea if they still lived. It was something that affected his mind, but his will remained firm. He recalled Emperor Yi Qing in the Crying Snow Ape King, as well as the Nanda clan's advent, the empire being muddled with just one song. It was only then that Yi Futian's heart began to ache. It felt like a terrible pressure fell onto him, as if a catastrophe of the great path had struck his mind. It was painful. He grunted as his face turned pale. It was apparently something that stayed deep within his mind still, and he still had trouble letting go. So you're trying to make me review my life, eh? A sarcastic smirk was seen on his face. His eyes were determined as he glared at the shadow of Ren Huang that seemed to be right before him. It was said that one's mind needed to be whole before one could achieve sainthood. So, you're testing my mind out right now then? While his heart ached, the old man dying in battle was not something that would sway him from his path. He stood up slowly and walked forward. His white garb and long hair billowed in the wind. Flashes continued to appear in his mind. In the cottage of the eastern barren territory of Kangyi Kingdom, his brothers and sisters treated him like family. The battle at the Heaven Mountains brought an end to everything. The reason as to why that old man was taken away remained a thorn in his side, but he remained diligent in his training in order to someday meet that princess of the divine prefecture that he had only seen twice, to talk to her about the Snow Ape King and that old man. The battles fought at the Crouching Dragon Mountain, Taihang Mountain, and the Holy Ji Palace flashed in his mind. He had never been perfect and had done a lot of wrong, being haughty and inflexible, just like how he was before Xia Qingyuan. If he would have simply lowered his head and followed Xia Qingyuan, many things would have turned out better, maybe even turning out to be the results he sought, but even if he had been missing out on things, his mind remained firm. The answer to the question of whether or not his mind had been firm and unyielding was a natural yes. He did not dare to claim that his mind was whole and flawless, but at the very least, his beliefs were firm and nigh indestructible. Boom! His took one step forward, which sounded like a step on the path he sought. Cracks were hard and the shadow of Ren Huang, that had been weighing on his mind, disappeared altogether. One step, and he was gone. Formless power flowed with the wind around him. His will seemed to have been strengthened somewhat. Even within that sealed space, he was still able to sense a stronger willpower. With one step, he came to Archmage Plain. His white garb billowed without wind. Yi Futian cast his gaze at the shadow of Ren Huang far away, as if nothing had changed. He turned to look at Huang Jioge beside him. Huang Jioge was steeped in all that as well, and there seemed to be tears at the corner of his eyes. His body shuddered a bit, as if he was locked in a struggle. Yi Futian was able to relate to Huang Jioge's struggle. Huang Shi, the leader of the sovereign family, and Huang Jioge's father blocked the gates by putting his life on the line. That stage alone had been enough to make Huang Jioge's mind waver. Hopefully, he will be able to get over it. Yi Futian could have simply gone up to the shadow of Ren Huang right there and then. He would have been able to acquire the lineage so long as he was willing. However, he did not, as that was something left behind for Huang Jioge, and he was in no position to take it. Not doing was risky, as both the Glass Saint and the Sacred King were still around, but he was determined to keep his belief, as that was his way. He would have never been able to face Huang Shi and the sovereign family, who fought by his side, again if he were to take the lineage for himself. He stepped forward and walked to where the two saints were. The Glass Saint turned her eyes to look at Yi Futian again. Zhou Zhiming sustained severe injuries and his mind is being interrogated. This is your chance. The Glass Saint's eyes shone with a red glow. It was apparent that her situation was not any better compared to the Sacred King's. Yi Futian simply looked at her without saying anything. Zhou Zhiming massacred my clan, all 3,000 of them. I'm determined to avenge my family and I'm after the Ren Huang lineage just so that I can kill him. Futian, you call me sister. Other than what happened outside, have I ever acted against you with ill intentions? The Glass Saint continued. Should I trust you, Sister Glass Saint, or should I not? Yi Futian looked at the Glass Saint and asked, the death of those of the Yu clan was your doing, no? Indeed. The Glass Saint did not deny it. If Yuachan had killed them, it was as if she was the one doing it. There were no differences and she owned up to it. The Yu clan wanted to forge a marriage alliance with you because they saw your potential. The deaths of those from the Yu clan would have undoubtedly aroused the Yu clan's suspicion, and it was not someone from Shihua Sacred Mountain or the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty doing the deed. But if they had wanted in on this, they knew what they had to do, and things indeed turned out that way. Would all of that have been in yours and the Holy Ji Palace's favor or against it? Aren't you afraid of dragging the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple to hell with you for what you have done? Yi Futian asked. If the Yu clan was involved, then I shall be on your side. The Yu clan could come settle their scores with me, just so long as the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty falls. The Glass Saint then added, regardless of how you look at things, at this very moment, will you be going against me or against Zhou Zhiming? The Sacred King remained sitting where he was, unbudging. He apparently knew his priorities and what he needed to do at the moment. He needed to restore his powers and break through Ren Huang's pressure. Yi Futian admitted that what the glass saint said made sense. To him, the sacred king was obviously the true enemy. You're willing to leave the lineage to the sovereign family, and I definitely won't lay a finger on it so long as Zhou Jiming ends up dead. You can ask anything of me to make it up to you, the glass saint continued. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the sacred king, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was not because he was convinced by the glass saint, but because there was no way he and the sacred king could coexist. He had that thought as soon as he entered. He was simply thinking if he should have taken the risk. It was an opportunity like none other after all. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hand, and the powers within Yi Futian's body gushed into the ritual implement. Terrifying pressure manifested. There was no doubt that the sacred king had sustained severe injuries. Furthermore, he had to endure the pressure of the great path. It was a chance that he felt reluctant to miss. Boom! He stepped forward and brought the divine implement in his hand down. His surroundings felt like they were about to collapse in that very instant. Boundless shadow of the staff fell from the heavens, heading straight for the sacred king. The sacred king, who had stayed silent all the while, looked up at Yi Futian all of a sudden. A bright, dazzling light burst from his body and the phoenix shot forth with lethal intent. It was apparently his life spirit, heading straight for Yi Futian. The polearm of divine destruction clashed with the divine bird with a boom, and Yi Futian felt as if his body was about to be penetrated. The terrifying power stunned him and sent him flying. Bones all over his body seemed to have cracked, but at that very moment, a dazzling sword flashed by, heading straight for the sacred king's head. The sacred king slapped at the ground and retreated backwards. The phoenix turned away to intercept the attack, and with a loud boom, the wings of the phoenix seemed to have been broken right there and then. The bird was damaged and returned to the sacred king's body with a wail. However, that sword attack was blocked. The love destroyer returned back to the glass saint's body as well. Pfft, blood splattered from the sacred king's mouth, staining the ground red, and his face turned ashen. He looked up and said to Yi Futian coldly, "You really don't know your place." The glass saint trains in the ways of emotional suppression. She killed her own fiancé back then and she doesn't care about your life. He deserved to die, the glass saint said coldly. He indeed deserved to die for giving his woman to me. But please, you and I had been only one step away from becoming husband and wife. Why do you need to do this? The sacred king added. Shut up, Zhou Jiming. Coldness emanated from the glass saint. Am I telling the truth or not? You'd rather die than marry me back then. Why? You killed the man that sent you into my palace. Was your mind broken? The sacred king continued. The glass saint did not care. She naturally understood that the sacred king wanted to make her mind waver. At that moment, they were all undergoing the great path's test. Seeing that the glass saint remained silent, the sacred king continued, I built the lapis lazuli palace in my place, and I have a concubine named Si, who looks rather similar to you. Every time I go inside, I think of her to be you and have her please me. How that soothes my mind, just like how it would have been if you were by my side. If you're willing, I'll head straight home and kill her. You've spent years being alone. Why do you need to do so? The way of emotional suppression kills your humanity. How could it be able to compare to the joy of training with me? Zhou Jiming. The glass saint's body trembled and another splatter of blood came out of her mouth. Terrifying pressure rained down on her mind. Her face turned ashen and she slumped, feeling as if her mind was about to collapse. The sacred king snickered at the scene. Yi Futian knew what was going on between both of them. He took a look at the sacred king. He was indeed willing to go to extreme lengths. He knew well what was going on with the glass saint, as he was going through the same thing at the moment. The sacred king's words proved more sharp than blades. But then again, the glass saint was not a pushover. Yi Futian came to the glass saint's side and looked at that beautiful face. She looked rather pitiful, but her eyes remained determined as she looked at Yi Futian. I'm willing to pay any price just for you to kill the sacred king. If you hate me, then kill Zhou Jiming. I'm all yours when that is done. Very well. Yi Futian nodded and carried the saint up, having her lean close to him. Her soft, voluptuous figure was incredibly seductive, but Yi Futian had nothing else on his mind at the moment. The sacred king shot a pointed look at Yi Futian, seeing him do that. Yi Futian then looked at the number one beauty in the eastern state in his arms and said, Sister Glass Saint, he was right. Even though you've been betrayed, you shouldn't have trained in ways to kill your emotions. There are all manners of sentiments in the world that are worth being cherished. Me, for instance, I've always had a liking for you. Yi Futian lowered his head as soon as he finished. The glass saint's eyes were wide open as she stared at Yi Futian getting increasingly close. She had a dazed look. It was anyone's guess if she was too weak to do anything or if she had simply forgotten to do so, but she did not resist. At the very next moment, she felt her lips being invaded and her mind felt like it was being blown to pieces as it turned completely blank. How dare you? Tremendous murderous intent filled the sacred king's eyes. Yet, at that moment, terrifying pressure fell onto him like a catastrophe of the great path, pounding his mind. The sacred king's face turned pale like the glass saint's, and he spat up blood. His aura had never been so weak. Yi Futian lifted his head and looked at the dazed, beautiful eyes and said, You said that you were willing to pay any price for killing Zhou Jiming. I'll definitely kill him. I take it that you won't mind then. Yi Futian's hands were in places where they should not have been. The sensation was soft and the glass saint looked at him with dazed eyes. There were tears at the corner of her eyes and then she spat up blood again, turning even paler before blacking out altogether. Yi Futian looked at all of that calmly and extended his hand to caress the beautiful face of hers, smiled and turned to look at the sacred king. She's indeed the number one beauty in Eastern State indeed, poised and beautiful like none other. What do you think, sacred king? The sacred king continued to glare at Yi Futian while blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth. He shut his eyes and turned away. Both the sacred king and the glass saint had been brutal figures, and it was totally unexpected that Yi Futian was just as brutal. He was actually trying to kill both the sacred king and the glass saint at the same time. Chapter 956, Zhou Jiming was the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and could have any woman he wanted. But he had built the lapis lazuli palace and had placed C, who looked a lot like Glass Saint, in there, showing how deep his obsession with Glass Saint was. Zhou Jiming was the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty and could have any woman he wanted. But he had built the lapis lazuli palace and had placed C, who looked a lot like Glass Saint, in there, showing how deep his obsession with Glass Saint was. He had become famous as a young man and had been enfeoffed as prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty very early. His talent was outstanding, and nothing was denied to him. When Glass Saint was seen by the Lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, the rumor had gone out that her looks were extraordinary, without parallel in the Eastern State. After he had seen her, the consequences were shocking. He tried to pursue her, but could not. He had spent a lot of energy on this, even devising a scheme by which Glass Saint would be taken to his palace on the day of her wedding, but Glass Saint would rather die than marry him. After entering the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, she had opposed him everywhere, breaking his holy road, blocking his attempt to become a saint. Even his father had suffered the same fate as Glass Saint's master due to this enmity. The great Zhou sacred king swore that he would have her, that she would submit her body to him. He would see how the foremost beauty in the Eastern State faced him then. But at that moment, the woman that he had tried so hard to get was embraced by Yi Futian. The beauty that he had never even touched had been kissed by Yi Futian. And that scoundrel's hand was even touching her holy body. It was easy to imagine what the great Zhou sacred king's mental state was at that moment. And where was this place? Ren Huang had asked, if you want to become the emperor, can your heart be hardened to the path? Right now, the power of the great path pressed down on him, and he wavered. He had already been injured, and now he had suffered a catastrophe of the great path. The power of Ren Huang's great path descended, threatening to destroy his mindfulness towards the path. Therefore, he would rather close his eyes than look at what was happening. But his desire to kill Yi Futian had never been stronger, even stronger than when Yi Futian had taken his son Zhou Huang during the Sacred War. He would make it so that Yi Futian would seek life but be unable to obtain it, and so that he would strive to die but would not be able to do so. Yi Futian cast a cold glance at Zhou Zhiming. He was also in great pain. The great Zhou Sacred King's last attack had been so strong. The saint-level power had accumulated, and then he had used his life spirit to launch an attack, wounding him greatly. Moreover, Saint Shihua had wounded him in the outside world. His situation was not much better than the great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saints. However, in this way, all the obstacles had been cleared for Huang Jioge. As long as he could pass Ren Huang's questioning, the inheritance would be in the palm of his hand. The great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saint's mindfulness of the path had been damaged, and so they had no way to pass the questioning. Yi Futian looked down at the beautiful face that he held. Tears had appeared on her cheeks, and he wiped them away. Her skin was so delicate that you could break it by blowing on it, and her face did not have a single blemish. She had cultivated herself to the saint level and transcended her physical form. Now her skin was soft and tender, and her body was the same. She was so delicate all over. Anyone would have trouble holding on to this woman, who was considered the foremost beauty in the eastern state and was the master of the lapis lazuli holy temple. This was human nature. But he did not feel guilty. Glass Saint was not a good person. Although everything she had been done out of her intense desire for revenge, her recent attack on the great Zhou Sacred King had been done without any regard for how it would affect him. He had used Ren Huang's questioning to break both of their mindfulness of the path. But it was an eye for an eye. There was no essential difference between the two of them. He had never been a good man. If he wanted to, he could kill this beautiful woman who had fainted into his arms. But he would not do this. Glass Saint had been ruthless in her revenge, but it had all been for the purpose of killing her two enemies. He had learned a bit about her miserable past from her conversation with the great Zhou Sacred King. As for the Yu clan, he would not interfere. It was up to them to decide. But as far as Yi Futian was concerned, a kiss had taken place, and the place that should not be touched had been touched. His fury had catalyzed in an instant, but he had stayed his hand. He was ruthless, but not that ruthless. Perhaps he was just not resolute enough. He looked at the great Zhou Sacred King and saw him begin to cultivate once again. He held Glass Saint in front of him. He pulled out a ritual implement and tied it around her waist just in case. He did not want to become part of her plan again if she woke up. Even though she had been wounded, since she was a saint, he could take no chances. A rustling sound rang out in the Life Palace as the world tree swayed. Emerald green light shone, flooding the palace and rushing towards every part of his body. It repaired his injuries as quickly as possible. The three of them had all been injured, and Glass Saint had fainted. He had an advantage over the great Zhou Sacred King in terms of recovery, as in addition to recovering, the great Zhou Sacred King also had to resist Ren Huang's power, so he would not recover very quickly. Now the two of them were at the end of their strength and were no better off than their opponent. They did not dare to make a move. Yi Futian had learned his lesson. Great Zhou Sacred King, Glass Saint and I have now touched. When she wakes up, she will enter my harem and become my woman. Why don't you demolish the lapis lazuli pavilion, said Yi Futian as he was recuperating. He saw the great Zhou Sacred King's arms were shaking, but his eyes were closed as if he had not heard him. Her hands and skin are so soft. Although she has cultivated for so many years, she is as soft as water and is as pure as ice. Yi Futian ran his hand over her tender arm as he spoke. The great Zhou sacred king clenched his fists, and his aura began to leak from him. He could not help but groan. He was fighting against the power of the path, but Yi Futian was slashing at his heart. But he was a king. His eyes remained closed, and he did not move at all. His heart was as strong as iron. Yi Futian stopped stroking her arm. He did not continue provoking the great Zhou sacred king, and instead focused on recovering. Time passed in silence. Yi Futian's wounds healed quickly. He kept his eyes open, staring at the great Zhou sacred king. He wondered if he could put an end to him if he struck now. But would the great Zhou sacred king be the same as before? Would he recover all his energy for one strike? Would he heal as much as possible so he could kill him? Just as Yi Futian was hesitating, a sound rang out. He turned and saw Huang Jiuge walking forward. He had obviously defeated himself. He succeeded. Yi Futian sighed with relief. Huang Jiuge had received his inheritance. This trip had been completely successful. Xia Qingyuan had promised that if they could get it, it was theirs. At the same time, Huang Shi was blocking many Saint Plain cultivators outside the cliff statue. A group of figures appeared. At the head was Xia Qingyuan. She walked in front of Huang Shi, followed by several powerful saints. She looked up at the statue. Huang Shi had thought that he could hold back all comers, but when he looked into her eyes, he trembled. If this princess wanted to fight, he did not know if even Jiuge could handle her after receiving his inheritance. With a single sentence, she could strip them of everything. She did not even have to get involved. All she had to do was change the rules of the sacred war to let saints get involved and the barren state would be lost. The imperial mausoleum was left behind by my ancestors. I hope that you will help me, said Huang Shi. He could hold back all the saints of the 9 states. After the incident, they all had to abide by Emperor Xia's rules, but fighting Xia Qingyuan by himself would be impossible. She stepped forward a few paces, still staring at the statue. She said nothing. But her eyes explained it all, no one in the 9 states could stop her. When he saw that look in her eyes, Huang Shi felt only sorrow. Yu Xing stepped forward with magic light shining in his eyes. Behind Xia Qingyuan, the other saints also stepped forward, their auras blazing forth. Only the princess may enter. How about that, said Huang Shi. Still looking up at the statue, Xia Qingyuan said, fine. I hope that you will not forget your promise. As Huang Shi spoke, the statue blazed with light, and the gate that led to the mausoleum opened once again. Everyone's hearts pounded as Xia Qingyuan walked in. Li Yao tried to rush in as well, but was stopped by Xia Qingyuan's people. Xia Qingyuan walked in the gate. No one in the 9 states could stop her. The gate closed once again, cutting them all off. They had no way of knowing what would take place inside. Huang Shi could only pray. There were 5 great cultivators inside. Did Jiuge have any hope? Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan enter as the gate opened. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Xia Qingyuan saw him as well. She took in the situation inside the imperial mausoleum in a glance, then looked up at the figure of Ren Huang as she stepped forward. She soon felt the power of the great path, but she did not stop. She kept walking forward step by step. She had already felt this kind of power from her father. Her mindfulness of the path was firm and could not be shaken. Yi Futian put down Glass Saint and stood up, blocking Xia Qingyuan. The imperial mausoleum was left behind by the Huang clan ancestors and should be inherited by their descendants. You promised that if I could take it, it would be mine. It should be the same for the other members of my palace, he said. Yes, said Xia Qingyuan. Then she looked at Huang Jiuge and said, that's assuming he can take it. On saying this, she continued forward, passing by Yi Futian. Yi Futian's figure flashed and he appeared in a space not far from Ren Huang. His back was to the statue of Ren Huang, and he faced Xia Qingyuan. You think you can stop me? Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian, and suddenly a sage-level aura bloomed. Yi Futian felt the fierce wind. This terrible aura was coming forth from the body of this delicate beauty in men's clothing. It seemed that everything in the world would be forced to crawl at her feet. Yi Futian's white robes flapped in the wind. He fixed his gaze on Xia Qingyuan. She was the foremost talent of the upper worlds, the favorite daughter of Emperor Xia, and was hailed as a woman whose talent surpassed even her father's. Your Highness, Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, asks for your instruction. His voice rang out throughout the imperial mausoleum. The echo lingered on and on. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.